3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge, Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and we are proud to bring you the second annual Baseball Media Day. Richard, this was your brainchild. We started it last year, had a lot of success, and so we decided to have it here at CVCC for year number 2. I know you're excited about it, Richard.
Very excited, and we have included the CVCC Pirates baseball team and the CVCC Pirates ladies softball team. They are going to start things off here, and then we're going to feature 15 high schools, and we're going to talk about a brief synopsis of the 2024 season. And the coaches are going to have players, and it's going to be a lot of fun, just like last year. And what a way to kick off the baseball season and softball season.
We're presented by Pepsi, Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC, Kinetic Credit Union, Gordy Eye Care. We appreciate all our sponsors that support us here at Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Man, can you believe it? We're already here at baseball season. It starts for high school. I think a lot of their first games are second or third week.
Next weekend, they got practice games.
And I know for CVCC Baseball and Softball, they literally start the first week of February. So we're looking forward to kind of this being the kickstart of baseball season and our baseball coverage here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And as Richard talked about, we're going to start it off with the CVCC baseball program led by Coach Hunter Vick. Last year had a little bit of an up and down year, but he's excited about this year's team. And without further ado, we're going to throw it over to Coach Vick as he introduces his team and program from last year.
Thanks for having us. Like you said, my name is Hunter Vick. I'm in my 8th year here, 6 years as the head coach. And I want to go down the line, starting from my right, introduce the players we have. To my far right, Jackson Hilton. He's a left-handed pitcher. Justin Velos. He's a right fielder, left-handed pitcher as well. Harrison Long, left fielder. Gavin Blair, right-handed pitcher. And Jack Bryson, shortstop, middle infielder, right-handed pitcher as well. And last but not least, my trusted assistant, Wade Chandler.
All right, Coach, let's talk about it. You've been here for quite some time, had a lot of success. Last year, again, a little bit up and down year, but I think you're really excited about this year. What did you do in the off season to get you ready for this year and try to win another conference championship at CV?
Well, we did it. We added some pieces that we thought that we needed to improve on, but a lot of it is we just have a lot of second-year guys. We're a lot older this year. Guys have gone through the ups and the downs, and I think just the experience this year will help us, overcome those obstacles.
Coach, one of your assistants that's on the staff is not here. He's actually down at the baseball field. Is brand new inductee to the Chattahoochee Valley Sports Hall of Fame, Coach Adam Thomas, which we're excited about that. I mean, just that, what does it mean just to have his expertise and knowledge being on your staff, and how big is that going to be for the Pirates this upcoming season?
It's tremendous. Just having him out there on the field, just the knowledge that he has. He's been a mentor to me, and I look at him as CV. When you say Adam Thomas, you think of Chattahoochee Valley baseball, and I can't be happy enough. I know the guys would say the same thing. Just having him out there, just an outstanding person and an even better coach.
All right, I want to start with y'all two guys. What made CVCC so special for you to come here and play college baseball? We'll start with you and then go you.
I think the closest of all the teammates, we're all pretty good friends. We're all one family. There's nobody that doesn't like each other, so we all hang out. It's just a good time with everybody.
Basically he said, we're all brotherhood. We love the game. When we're down the field, we all have a good time. We practice all together. We bond very well with each other. It's just, it's really that's what it is.
All right, my question is for you, Coach. With the season coming up in a couple of weeks, when did you start practicing? What are some of the drills you're able to do? And has the weather affected getting to practice? And have you guys been able to practice indoors as well?
Yeah, we started practice January 6th. We got off from running, and we figured being in the South, the weather's going to hit us hard at some point. So we got out of the gates going, and we're able to do everything we needed to. But recently, with the snow and the bad weather, we kind of had to keep the guys at home and not let them come to school just because all the rules and regulations put in place. But we don't see that as a setback. We know these guys are ready to go. They're focused and dedicated to the plan and task at hand, and we just look forward to the season.
All right, guys, I'm going to start with you. What are some goals? You got team, you got personal. We'll start and then go down the line. What are some of the personal goals you have and some of the team goals that you want to have this year at CV?
Well, obviously, the team goal is to win a state championship, and I think that we're in a great spot to do that this year. A lot of returners, guys who've been here, played a bunch of games, and I think we all have the same goal, just state championship, and then, work from there. Some personal goals is just, to help the team the best way that we can, or that I can, and, help us succeed.
Team goal, like you said, state tournament, state championship, and basically win every day we can. The coaches preach it, win every day. And personal goals is really just to be the best team that I can be.
I think the team goal is just to win a state championship and play as one every day. And a personal goal, just to bring myself to the field every day, 100%.
All right, my question is to the players. What does it mean to put on the uniform, to wear the Pirates teal and gold? There's a lot of tradition and history with CVCC Baseball. Former Major League players have played here, and then it's a stepping stone to get to a four-year school. And so I'm going to start with you and just go down the line and just what it means to get prepared to play at a four-year school and play for the Pirates.
It means a lot to play here and represent the history that's been, and put this jersey on every day and live up to that standard that's expected from us every single day.
Baseball off what Hisa said, put on this jersey means a lot to a lot of people around here. We just gonna have to live up to that standard and, do what we do best.
It means everything, especially being a guy from around this area. You've heard about the program and its history, by far the most decorated program in the state. So just continuing that legacy, it means a lot.
It means everything. I'm from Phoenix City. It means the world to me to come here and play here in my own city.
I feel like playing here just teaches all of us how to be a man and how to get to the next step.
Very well spoken, guys, Coach. I don't know if you practiced them for this moment or not, but like how they have all the confidence up here. But, Coach, when you go out and recruit, this is kind of a message to all the high schoolers that are going to be here today for Baseball Media Day. What are you looking for to make a CVCC Pirate and be on this team to hopefully win a championship? What do you look for in a recruit?
One thing that we always say here is, everything counts is one of our slogans here, and that's, from the classroom, from their work ethic, what they do on and off the field, everything matters. And, the way you do the little things is the way you're going to do the big things at the end of the day. So that's what we try to preach to our guys. And when we're going out looking, obviously we want talented guys, but, it has to match their character and things like that to be successful.
And, Coach, you played at the D1 level. You know what it takes to play at the highest of the high. You even went to be an assistant coach there for some time before coming back to CV. Why do you love this place so much? Why is CVCC a place you want to call home and you continue to coach at?
Just because of the history of the program. I think it has a rich history, and like they said, the players said, it's a very decorated program, and I just want to be a part of it and keep that legacy going.
Coach, talk about the competitiveness of the Alabama Community College Conference. There's a lot of great teams in this conference. So what are you looking forward to, getting those non-conference games in, and then those conference games when you get ready for this upcoming season, trying to win a state championship?
Yeah, I would definitely say the conference has gotten, a lot better in the last few years, just from the way the Division I's, the roster spots they have, having to cut down, and a lot of the kids that are normally at the Division I levels are playing in junior college, and you see a lot more of that. So the level of play has really, increased, I would say, over the last 5 years, just because of the kids that are available that normally wouldn't be there.
It's for all the players. We're going to go down in a line. Kind of a message to your younger self or high school players out there now that you're getting acclimated, whether this be your first year, I know you haven't started the season, or this is year 2. I know it's an eye-opening experience when you get to college. So what would your message be to those younger guys out there? We'll start with you.
I think a lot of kids set their mind on D1, but junior college develops you really well, more than a lot of places, and as a person, as a player, junior college is the place to be.
I would say, just work hard, always push yourself to the limit you can be, and, for those players down in high school and Little League, just always play with joy and fun, the time is going to come. I'm always going to be there, you know.
My message would be come to CV. Nah, I'm kidding.
No, it's okay.
Nah, just continue to put in the work. Continue to grind. Baseball is fun. Enjoy it while you can. Don't ever hang it up early. Just continue to play as long as they let you have the opportunity, and just enjoy it.
And I just say don't quit. You know, don't count yourself out. Don't quit early. And you're gonna have some tough days. You're gonna have some good days, but you just gotta stay even, and just don't quit. Don't give up on yourself.
Mine is just to always give 100% no matter what, whatever comes in the way. Just give it your all.
All right, the final question to all you, we're going to start with you, is who's your favorite, the players, who's your favorite baseball player, or is there a baseball player that you mimicked growing up as a kid?
I don't remember mimicking anybody, but I always liked to watch Clayton Kershaw, just because another left-handed pitcher. He's probably one of the best left-handed pitchers to ever live.
Nice.
My favorite player, and I always loved to watch, was Robinson Cano. You know, lefty bat. You know, I used to mimic swinging like him when I was younger. So.
Bobby Cano's good, man.
Just growing up watching the later end of Chipper Jones, absolute legend. So growing up being a Braves fan, it was kind of easy watching him.
I mean, he's a new guy, but I like Spencer Strider. You know, he's a new guy in the league, but I mean, he's dominating, and it's just a great person to look up to.
I started to watch Ozzie Albies just to mimic some of the drills he does.
Well, guys, Coach, good luck the rest of the season. We look forward to getting a lot of your games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk with the softball program here at Baseball Media Day at CVCC on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. You're good.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety, discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, and I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
My name is Quinteria Perry,
And welcome back to the 2025 Baseball Media Day live here at CVCC here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Now it's time for the CVCC Lady Pirates softball team, and they are led by their head coach, Steve Osteen. Last year they had a young team, but as they have a group of sophomores, they are just fired up about this upcoming season, and it's going to come here quick because next week, February the 4th, they are taking on Georgia Military College in a doubleheader. And we hope to be live streaming a lot of CVCC Lady Pirates softball games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live like we did last season. Last season was a little bit of a turmoil. They had to start playing at Russell County High School. The softball field was finished, and they got to play on their campus. I'm excited to hear what the CVCC Lady Pirates have in store for this upcoming 2025 season. So without further ado, I'm going to send it back over to Coach Osteen here on High School Baseball Media Day. Go ahead, Coach.
My name's Steve Osteen, and I'm the head softball coach here at Chattahoochee Valley. This will be my 25th season coming up, and after having to play off campus last year and suffering several key injuries to our starters last season and having a rough go of the season last year, we're excited about getting started again this year and expect to be back at the conference tournament. And along with me, we have 4 of our sophomores that are key leaders for our program this year. And on my right, far right, is Madison McGowan. She was our top pitcher for last year and looks to be leading things off again for us this year. Locally here, we have Alexandria McCoy. She's a local product from the Columbus area and played an outstanding outfield for us last year. She's had to step up for a shortstop role this year, and luckily extremely athletic and versatile enough that we could put her anywhere on the field. She has actually proven to pitch and catch for us, so I don't know that we have a spot yet that she hasn't played. Obviously, just to my left here, probably the furthest away from home, we have Shay Hathcock from Michigan. And so she's kind of making a southern tour here and playing down here with the sun shining. I'm sure she enjoyed the snow last week as it put a little halt to the rest of our activities. And to my far left, we have Jada Odom from Gadsden, Alabama. And so with that, I'll turn them over to y'all for whatever you have.
Absolutely, Coach. Well, it seems like we have a mixture of players that played in Alabama and Georgia, and then also Michigan. Some play in the fall, some play in the spring. I want to start with you. Did you play in the spring or play in the fall when it came to high school softball?
Both.
Okay, so was there like an adjustment having to play like in the fall compared to the spring? Do you have to deal with different weather patterns? But I'm going to start with you and just go down the line and talk about just that adjustment playing softball in the spring compared to the fall.
In the spring, it's more fast-paced. In the fall, you have more room to like making mistakes and all that. But in the spring, you want to perfect your craft to where you won't have to worry about whether you got to get this out or get this out. It's more like a time crunch with spring. And sort of like in the spring, you don't have to practice as much. Like once you, in the fall, make your mistakes, perfect your craft, and in the spring, it's go time.
I would kind of agree with what you're saying, but my high school played in the spring and they just transferred over to fall. But I would definitely say playing in the spring is a lot more difficult because you start out the season in a really cold atmosphere, so that can affect you a lot. But the fall season, it's kind of a trial and error thing. You don't play as many games, it's way slowed down, but in the spring, it's really fast paced and you kind of have to, if you mess up, just forget and move on.
Yeah, but for high school, we only played in the spring because Michigan, you have the snow and all of that. But yeah, for fall ball, it's like you get that preparation, you get that practice, you get all the games going, and just that warm up for the spring.
My school, we started in the spring. It was kind of hard to deal with the cold and the hot weather, but we worked through that eventually.
Coach, been here for 25 years. Something about CVCC that you've had to love to be here this long. What about this college that makes it so special and why you've loved building the program literally from the ground up?
Without saying, I'm born and raised here in this area, and so I have been associated with Chattahoochee Valley since its inception back in 1973. I started classes here in '77, and I've just been associated with the school the entire time since then in one way or another. And just having the opportunity to coach here for the past 25 years is just a dream come true.
We're going to start down the line again. Obviously, playing in this area, there's a lot of history. The 1996 Olympics were held here in Columbus. USA Softball has been huge in this community. What does it mean just to play in this area, just to have that legacy of these great softball teams, and of course the state championships in Georgia held at the South Commons Softball Complex? We'll start with you and go down the line.
It means a lot. You know, I come from a small town where there's not really much history, so playing somewhere where there's tons of events that were held here that made history is kind of amazing.
Growing up here, I got to attend a lot of the events that happened. I got to meet a lot of my favorite players at South Commons when the USA team came here.
Awesome.
So continuing to play here has been great.
You know, not being from here, I haven't heard much of the history, but learning about it and being here to see it and just be in it is great, honestly.
Like she said, I'm from a far away too, so being a part of this is really big to me.
Coach, rough year last year. Had to overcome a lot of injuries, not having a home place. This year, I feel like everyone's excited, ready to get back on the field. What are some things you worked on this off season to get you prepared to have a really good year this year?
Everything's rolling back like it should be now, and having our own facility to practice every day, our own field to work on. Everything seems to be back in order. I know that was a very tough season on them last year, having to find somewhere to practice in the afternoons, having to go from one field to another. People were extremely accommodating, and we're grateful for it, but it ain't the same as being at home. We had some key injuries last year right off the bat in the beginning of the season. A couple of key players went down with season-ending injuries. And so this year we've recouped from that. We've had to fill those spots. And these sophomores have really stepped up and done a tremendous job for us. It's nothing but excitement right now, getting ready to start on the road Saturday, and we'll be home Tuesday week.
All right, again, we'll start with the players and go down the line. What does it mean to play for Coach Osteen?
Oh, yeah. It's very, very interesting. I love Coach Osteen. I've never met a man like him that cares for his players, even on and off the field. It's pretty amazing to just play here at CV in general, just because when you come here, it automatically feels like home.
I would say that he's definitely different than any other coach I've played for. His experience and knowledge of the game far outweighs anyone else I know. And throughout all of the speeches and all of the things that he says where he goes on and on, you sometimes you think, what is he talking about? But then you remember and he gets back to the point and it all full circles around, and everything he says, honestly, is gonna come back to truth.
You know, it's awesome playing for Coach. Being away from home and being just so far, it's like he actually stepped up, and it's like for a personal, it's like you can go to him and talk, and it's like he's not just a coach, he's also family, and so it's awesome playing for him.
Well, since last year, he's always pushed me to be the best that I could be, and I really love that about him.
That's awesome. And I guess last question for the players, and we'll have one more for Coach. Team and personal goal. I asked the same thing with the baseball. What's a personal goal for you? Whether it be hitting this many home runs, it doesn't matter. What's a personal goal and what's the team goal this year? We'll start with you and go down the line.
Well, of course, last year was a pretty rough season, so team goal is to just be better than what we were before, because it was so rough. But now that we're on our own field, in our own atmosphere, we can do what we need to do and get everything handled. Personal goal, I kind of already met that because I finally hit my first home run in the fall, so shout out to me.
There you go. Good job.
But other than that, I would say to just continue to be the best version of myself for my teammates, my coaches, and admin. As far as that, just be the best person I can be.
Awesome answer. Good.
Team goal for me, I would say, was making it to the tournament this year. I think that was kind of a big thing for me last year that we didn't get to do. So hopefully this year, with all of the work we've put in, we can make it to the tournament this year and win the tournament this year. Personal goal for me is probably to step up more as a leader this year. I feel like last year I could have stepped up, but I didn't, so I feel like I need to step up more into that leadership position this year.
Definitely team goal is to try and win every single game. Just show up every single day as a team and just play as hard as we can. Personal, I met that too in the fall. I hit my first home run, so now personal goal, we're just going to see how much we can do in the spring.
So my team goal will be to have fun with my teammates and try to have the best last shot I can have. And a personal goal would be just to have a better year than I did last year.
All right, Coach Osteen, you play in a tough conference in the Alabama Community College Conference. You got some non-conference games that are coming up, including a home doubleheader with Georgia Military College. They're over in Milledgeville, Georgia. They're a very tough team. We've seen their success. But what are those non-conference games going to prepare you for that tough conference schedule?
I do like to, in the non-conference game, play a tough schedule. Folks like Georgia Military, they're a tough year in and year out. They're always going to be in competition for their state tournament over there and the national tournament. So we'll be opening up with them right off the bat. It'll tell us where we stand, what we need to work on, and what we need to get ready for. We'll start conference into January, so we're going to try to play the best schedule we can play up until that point, trying to get ready to start the conference play.
Thanks, Coach.
And that is Coach Osteen and his softball players looking forward for a great year. And we're going to have a lot of their games, just like a baseball team, on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it is time now for high school baseball, and we're going to start with Coach David Lane and the Jordan Red Jackets right after this break.
And welcome back to the 2025 Baseball Media Day live here at CVCC. It's now time for the high school teams, and we are going to start things off with the Jordan Red Jackets. They are led by their head coach, David Lane. The last 2 seasons, they made the playoffs. They're in a tough region this year after finishing 14-10 last year and 10-4 in the region. They did lose to Toombs County in the first round of the playoffs. One of their top players, he went on to graduate. Trey Stokes, a very talented player. But without further ado, I'm going to let Coach Lane introduce who he has with him here for High School Baseball Media Day. Coach?
Hi, Coach David Lane. This is my 3rd year as is just the rich history that Jordan provides. I feel like everybody I run to in town was like, hey, I went to Jordan. So there's just so many people and there's so much history from Jordan. But with me today, on my right, senior Cade Evans, my assistant coach Phil Clark, and then down the end, junior Bradley Smith.
All right, Cade, I'm going to start with you. So the last year, this is your third year playing for? How long have you been playing for?
My second year.
Second year. So you've had playoff experience last year, but you're in a tough region now. I mean, with Columbus and Shaw, they're now in 2A with the new reclassification. First of all, what does it mean to play for Coach Lane, and what are you looking forward to playing in this upcoming season?
It means a lot to play for him. He's a really good coach, and there's nobody better. And I'm ready for the new region. Ready to play Columbus. Yeah.
Bradley, ask kind of similar question to you now.
I mean, it's very nice playing for Coach Lane. I mean, he knows what he's talking about, and I'm excited to play against Columbus and Shaw. I mean, they're good teams, so it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, those are some old historic rivals, Columbus, Jordan, Hardaway, Jordan. That's going back. And then we got Gerald Bedgood in the building. He was talking about all these historic rivals. We also got DJ Jones here with Sports Visions. But Coach Lane, Jordan sometimes doesn't have the resources some of the other schools have, but I never hear a complaint from any of the coaches over there, whether it be from Coach Scott, the AD, or any of the other coaches from the other sports. And you've been successful these last couple of years. What's been the reason for the success and the guys buying into your vision?
First, good help. I've been blessed to have some really good assistant coaches that have bought into my vision of what I want for the program, and then trickles down onto the players. When you can finally get guys and players to buy in to, and sometimes I'm a little strict on them. Belt on, shirts are tucked in, our hats are on, and I get these little things, but I think the guys finally start buying into these little things are going to lead to big things, and it just makes us more disciplined. So we're just striving for. It's hard to be perfect, but we're going to strive for it.
Coach, talk about this upcoming season in a new region with you have familiar faces like Spencer and Kendrick, but now the Shaw, Hardaway, Columbus, Carver, they're now in 2A. And some of the games that you got a tough non-region schedule. You have to go to Opelika, play in Chaco, play in Pacelli. I mean, what is that non-region matchups going to get to prepare for a region play?
Well, that was kind of one of our plans for planning for this upcoming season was, we've proved to ourselves that we are a state playoff team. But now we need to start playing some of this competition that's just going to force us to get better and just to kind of see where we're at on the field. And with us joining the new region, which I'm excited, I love it. I love being in town. It brings some back those crosstown rivalries again. I can't lie, I don't mind not having to drive to Macon, driving home from Macon at 10 o'clock at night after games. But I just think, being back in that same region in your town just makes it when you see your friends at the grocery store. It just brings all that kind of back into Columbus again. But yeah, our non-region schedule, we really tried to beef it up just to toughen us up and just to kind of see what we're made of.
All right, I want to start with Cade and go to Bradley. What are some personal goals you have for yourself this year, and what are some team goals y'all have? We'll start with Cade and then go Bradley.
So my personal goal is to win Region Pitcher of the Year again, and then team goal will be to win the region.
All right, I'm going to start with you, Cade. Who's a baseball player that you grew up idolizing? Or is there a particular baseball player that you mimicked growing up as a kid? And I'll start with you as well, Bradley.
I grew up on Freddie Freeman. That's my favorite player.
That's a great one.
Never really mimicked him, Maybe I try to bat left hand every now and then, but I'd say Freddie Freeman.
Right, Bradley?
I grew up watching Bryce Harper,
I love Bryce Harper. He makes the game fun. I'm going to go to the assistant coach. Why did you want to join Coach Lane's staff? Why do you want to be a part of the Red Jackets program and help build it up?
Part of the program long before any of this was available to me. I'm an actual Jordan grad, class of 02. My son graduated and played baseball at Jordan. He graduated in 22 under Coach Dimitri. And when David came on, he knew my passion for the program and wanting to be able to get it back where it once was. My senior year, we won region. That was the last time we won region. So we want to be able to get back to where we're competitive. And you were talking about the resources. Jordan's actually come up a long way over the past few years. We're offering the magnet programs for all the vocational tracks, the heavy equipment and everything, and that is actually letting us open up a little bit and get some of those other kids that are able to come into that magnet program and get an opportunity to play that they might not have been able to get at a Northside or a Columbus or somewhere like that.
Coach Lane, a lot of history goes into Jordan Athletics, one of the oldest public schools in Muskogee County, and they have that championship banner they display with pride on the baseball field that was in the 1970s. What is it going to take to get Jordan baseball back to that level when they won the state championship?
Just continued hard work, and just, kids just still buying in and having a passion for baseball. That's, at the end of the day, to be successful in the sport, you got to eat, sleep, and breathe it. And I think we're finally starting to get some kids that are obsessed and loving baseball like we did when we were kids.
I think that's I want to lead to the next question about loving the sport. Because if you're just out there to be out there, you're not going to want to put in the time and the effort to get better. Do you feel like this team has a lot of kids that love the sport and want to get better, Coach, and listen to y'all?
Absolutely. Just from my first year to third year, we've progressed the past 2 years, and that's kind of one of my goals is for the team. Obviously, we want to win. We want to win a region, win state playoffs. That's everybody's goal. Right. But my main goal is just to continue to see my guys get better and to see that love of the game just continue to improve.
All right, we're going to start with you, Cade, and end with you, Bradley. We all know that baseball is a year-round sport. Have you played any multiple sports where you primarily focus on baseball? And was that something that you were doing year-round? Did you play like in leagues? Did you have any warm-ups and any camps that you did this summer leading up to this season?
I definitely played baseball all my life. This summer, nope, didn't really do too much. Just worked. And yeah, I'll be prepared though. We've been preparing a lot, doing a lot of workouts and stuff, getting prepared.
Awesome.
I played baseball year round. I mean, I traveled to like Carrollton and places like that. And the sport of baseball is just really fun to play and stuff.
Coach, final question.
Yes, sir.
Put a bow on it. What makes Jordan so special for all the community out there that's watching right now?
When you step into the doors at Jordan, it's family. And that's just one of our sayings. When you come to Jordan, you're automatically family.
That's a great answer, Coach.
Thank you.
Well, that is Coach David Lane of the Jordan Red Jackets, who has done an absolute fantastic job in his first 3 seasons, and looking forward to season number 4 and getting to renew those rivalries like Jordan and Columbus and Hardaway. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we got more here. High School Baseball Media Day live from CVCC on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the Ambassador Scholarship was interesting to me because you did an event to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
Get your grills out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of Girls Night Out.
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy, and here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible. To be able to cover the 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy and Gordy Eye Care, for your support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 2025, we're hammering down.
Back here at High School Media Day, we got a little bit of a break because there's a couple of programs, Spencer Greenwaves and the Kendrick Cherokees. They're still trying to figure out things as they're getting ready for their season. They don't start region play until March. So they really got close to a month to really get ready for their program. Right. So we're still shouting them out. We're still going to try to get them here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, but they're both going to have new coaches this upcoming year, so they will not be here today.
Yes, last year, Kendrick, their coach Michael Peak, he retired. The Spencer baseball coach, Coach Brandon Pickett, he is the wrestling coach. He actually informed me that he is not going to be coaching baseball this year. So they're going to be rebuilding, but we're excited to see Kendrick and Spencer in a new region with Jordan that we just saw on Media Day. Carver is going to be in that region, Hardaway, Columbus, Shaw, Sumter County. I'm just excited about this region. But also, I just want to make note, because it did happen last year, that we were part of that 4-hour marathon.
You did a 5.5-hour baseball game, 27-26.
Look,
man.
Spencer and Kendrick play. Kendrick won the game 27-26. Coach Andre Dye actually was joining me on the broadcast. Kendrick had a great player, Tristan Holzendorf. He batted like 600, had 2 home runs and 15 RBIs. And Spencer, a lot of familiar faces. You're going to see players like DeMarcus Horn. Elijah Fudge, the quarterback for Spencer, is also on the baseball team. So I'm looking forward to seeing Spencer and Kendrick in baseball.
Well, to my left is a former baseball great, was actually drafted out of high school by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Everybody knows DJ Jones as a Georgia Bulldog NFL player, but also loved baseball, didn't you, DJ?
Absolutely. My first love, obviously, growing up playing at Sally Little League right behind the old Columbus Square Mall. But it's all started on Brookhaven Boulevard down in the YMCA League with the Carver Astros.
Do you ever look back, DJ, getting drafted, that you would have maybe pursued the Major League Baseball? You kind of glad how everything played out? Because the reason I asked that is because Coach Scott from CVCC, he actually was drafted out of high school too, but he stayed with basketball, and he says, that was probably, I was more natural at baseball than I was at basketball. Well, you ever had that thought?
You think about it, and you think about the longevity of the careers that these players have played in Major League Baseball. But again, I don't regret it. I'm an aggressive guy. Yep. Baseball was a little, kind of slow-paced and all, but, I was just very fortunate to be one of the very few people come from this area to be drafted. And you know what? God is good. I mean, I had an opportunity to play football, and it worked out.
Yep.
DJ, you were inducted into the Chattahoochee Valley Sports Hall of Fame, mainly for your football career, but in your display case, it has a Carver baseball cap. Yep. What does that mean to you to have that baseball cap in your display case?
It means a lot, because I don't think that there's ever been a baseball player that graduated from Carver. You got tons of players that have played collegiate football, professional football as well. But I think that I was the only one that actually had the opportunity to get the recognition from Major League Baseball as a draft choice, and that means a lot.
Yeah, it does, DJ, and it's an impressive part of your career that has led you to now, me and you, hosting a 5-day-a-week, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. morning show. Richard, you've been a part of it too. It's been 2 weeks now. We did have to go through MLK Day and the blizzard last week. So this week upcoming will be our first week 5 days consecutive, which we're excited about. DJ, how's the first 2 weeks going so far?
They've been absolutely fantastic. I love the the way that the community has supported us. Obviously, all the phone calls that we've been getting, not just the guests that we've had on, but there's folks that appreciate what we were able to bring to the marketplace. And anytime you have an opportunity to have that much time to deliver that much local content, it's amazing. I think one of the most impressive ones was obviously just the other day when we had an opportunity to bring on one of the best 8th graders in the nation that's from right here in our community. When you talk about a guy, Zach Watts, the running back out of Aaron Cone.
Yeah, he's sensational, man. And not only that, we've also had other great guests, including like Tim Walton, who was the first guest. He's a Chattahoochee Valley Hall of Famer. He's also the DB coach at Ohio State, who just won a national championship. We had him on, plus many other great guests. And you can go back and look at all of them on Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. You'll see every guest that we've had on. They're all uploaded right now. Also on the Facebook page, Sports Visions Radio app, YouTube channel. There is plenty of ways, DJ, for people to be able to tune in.
DJ, you've covered sports in this area for a long time now, and the Columbus-Phoenix City area is not only special because their 2 Little League teams went to the American League Championship for Phoenix City in 1999 with the Rasmus brothers, but in 2006, the Northern Little League Championship, they won it all, beating Japan, and it was a great moment. A lot of those players went on to go play at Columbus, Northside a couple years later, and that run by the legendary coach Bobby Howard with 3 straight championships. But let's take it back to probably one of the greatest players to ever come out of Columbus, baseball-wise, Frank Thomas, the Big Hurt. He played for Coach Bobby Howard, won a state championship in 1984. Other great baseball players like Tim Hudson and Edwin Jackson came later on. But what does it mean just to play baseball here in this area at the high school level, Little League, and then eventually playing at the collegiate level at Columbus State? They won a D2 World Series in 2002, and then CVCC as well. Just talk about just what it means to play in the spotlight here in Columbus as a baseball player.
Well, obviously this is a robust sports town, and this community is very special. So many athletes, so many opportunities for these folks to get the opportunity to watch these kids grow up, come through middle school, high school, and then to go off to college and follow their professional careers. So, I mean, I don't know per capita if there's anywhere in America that there's more, professional athletes, more, celebrities, if you will. This just it's great. I travel all over the country, and I brag about Columbus, Georgia, because I'm prideful for the opportunity to first of all play here. But again, when I talk to some of the players that I play with, my teammates, my coaches, I definitely share about what's going on here in the Tri-City area.
When we started the Sports Visions Morning Show, this is something we've been talking about for months now, DJ, but taking it our coverage to another level and having a morning show with people on their drive to school, on their drive to work, they can listen and we can rehash everything that's happened local, regionally, nationally. How big is this to have this in this area? Because this is a sleeping market, DJ. There's a lot of things that whenever you take advantage of, there's a lot more people than people realize in our community.
Well, most folks say this has been long overdue, but I say it's Godspeed. We've been around for a long time. I've been back in this community since 1997 and started in sports talk radio. Obviously did the sports director at WRBL, and of course I had a plethora of other opportunities. But you know what? I just take my hat off to PMB Broadcasting, Jimbo Martin, and the people over at PMB, because again, 7 years ago we were able to go back to the air, Dale and I, with the sports talk show. Although it wasn't in our sports genre, now that we have that, I think that we really, really have a powerful opportunity to really come across and really do some things that hadn't been done before.
And those that are watching, 92.1 Sports Visions, 92.1 FM. It's 24/7 sports. You got morning show from 6 to 9, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, and then Paul Feinbaum. It is the best live and local sports radio station that we have been craving for in this area. Super excited about it. And he mentioned about being a Hall of Famer. You got Gary Ingram about to be a Hall of Famer. I just want you to talk about Gary Ingram, who is from this area. Now, another one, Adam Thomas, who cut his teeth here and made CVCC one of the best baseball programs, junior college programs in America. Tim Fanning, also another one that's getting inducted, and that's coming up here in a few weeks. As a member of that, I know you're excited to see guys like Gary Ingram, Tim Fanning, and Adam Thomas getting their dues.
Absolutely, and we had Leo Berard, the president or chairman of the Chattahoochee Valley Sports Hall of Fame. He was on the air with us last week, and just a great class as they've had over the past. I don't know how many classes. I guess go back to '96 was the official class that started it all off.
Yep.
I was fortunate enough to be inducted in 2004. But I tell you again, as you look at that class, if you go to their website and see all the great players, you get an understanding of all the greatness as far as athletics and all the athletes that have come from right here in the Chattahoochee Valley.
DJ, as we continue on with High School Baseball Media Day later this afternoon, we're going to witness some defending state champions, like the Brookstone Cougars, the defending GIAA champions, Calvary defending GAPS, Glenwood, the defending AISA champions. Just talk about knowing that you've seen these high school teams win a championship, and we've had multiple championships, Carver in football, and we've had other great championships. What does that mean to come back the next year and be known as the defending champions? I know there's a big target on these teams' backs, but they can handle the spotlight, they can handle the pressure. We talked to Coach Mathis from Brookstone, which, by the way, a fun fact, I will let you share that because you have a very unique history.
Richard, you got so many fun facts live
right
now.
I want DJ to share that because I think that's very unique, what the relationship he has with Coach Mathis at Brookstone.
Coach Mathis and I go way back. We go back to Little League. Obviously, he was terrorizing pitcher. He had that wicked hook, and I tell you, it was one of those things when you're 11, 12, 10 years old, and then you got a guy that can throw a nice curveball. You're elite. You stand out because not many could have that control and that type of pitch. But Greg has been fantastic. I've just watched him over his career. Not only has he been a tremendous little leaguer, he was a great high school player as well and went on in college. And he actually played football as well. He was good in football. But, the job that he's done, coming back to the community and coaching and winning at the Brookstone program, man, I'm so proud of him. And I have fun with him. We had a lot of fun when we have him on the air because we go back into time and go back to the, what they say, back in the day.
Yeah.
And that's always fun to talk to Greg. But he's a heck of a guy, heck of a coach, and well respected amongst the rank.
Well, last question, DJ, before we take a break. And we got coming up next, we don't have Spencer and Kendrick. The team that we have upcoming next is the Carver Tigers. So Coach Pat Butler, the team on the hill, will be next. You got NFC and AFC championship games. We're going to rehash it tomorrow morning, but go ahead and give us your picks, DJ. Who you got in that Super Bowl matchup, man?
Well, obviously, everybody wants. They're hating on the Chiefs here for whatever reason, but I think Patrick Mahomes, as long as he's healthy, I think that there's no way in the world you're going to keep him from winning today. And again, when you talk about in the NFC. Boy, I tell you, I love everything that's happening for the Washington Commanders and the rookie quarterback. But you know what? Jalen Hurts and the Eagles are destined.
Yeah. We got Eagles and Chiefs, according to DJ Jones. We're going to rehash it all tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. on the Sports Visions radio app, Sports Visions Facebook page, Flavor 92.1 Facebook page, and, of course, Sports Vision 92.1 FM. We'll take a break. We'll be back. It's High School Baseball Media Day here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety, discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, and I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
My name is Quinteria Perry, and this is my CVCC story. I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the Ambassador Scholarship was interesting to me because you did an event to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
Get your grills out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of grills.
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy, and here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia-Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible. To be able to cover the 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy and Gordy Eye Care, for your support of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And then you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 20 Down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, and I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
My name is Quinteria Perry, and this is my CVCC story. I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the Ambassador Scholarship was interesting to me because you did an event to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
Get your grills out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of Girls Night Out.
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
And welcome back to Baseball Media Days here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We are live here at CVCC. We did have a little bit of a break, but we're going to continue things rolling. The next team that we have is the Shaw Raiders. And we know about the tradition and history of Shaw winning a state championship in 2001 by the legendary coach Charles Flowers. Great major league players like Edwin Jackson, Stephen Register, and they are led by their head coach, Coach Howie Shackelford. Made it to the playoffs the last 2 seasons. In fact, hosted the playoffs in the first time in 10 years. Last year, they did lose to a very good Troup County team in that playoff game, but they're now in a new region with Columbus, Jordan, Kendrick, Shaw, and Carver. It's going to be a great region. So without further ado, we're going to send it over to the Shaw baseball coach, Coach Howie Shackelford. Go ahead, Coach.
How's it going? We're excited to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. We're ready to get started, and hopefully we'll have some good weather this week.
Coach, thank y'all so much for being here. If you don't mind introducing both your players that you have with you today.
Yeah, I'm right here. I have senior Ashton Weeks, first baseman / pitcher, and then over here I got another senior Sincere Ford, center fielder / pitcher / shortstop. Mr. Does It All. So
5-tool player.
That's right. That's right.
Coach, you, as Richard talked about, everybody knows about the history of Shaw, but you've come in and kind of implemented your own culture and put your own stamp on this program. What has it meant to you to lead Shaw now back to where to being competitive and maybe even winning championships?
Yeah, whenever a player gets an opportunity to coach where they went and played at, and the state that it was in when I got to Shaw, I was real adamant about trying to get it back to how it was back when I played into the prior years, and it really means a lot to me. These guys mean a lot to me. Try to hold them to a high standard, week in, week out, on the field, off the field, in the classroom, to try to better prepare them, for life after baseball.
Coach, feel that you've gotten Shaw into a good the last 2 seasons, hosting a home playoff game in the first round, but you did lose some key players from last year's team. John Rowland, your leading hitter, has gone on to graduate. Nick Torres, who is just a phenomenal pitcher. Talk about some of the players that are going to have to replace that arm on the mound, and then a player like John Rowland at the plate.
Yeah, you make a good point. We did lose some good guys, whether it was graduation, transfer out, but I feel pretty good going into this year. I mean, we got 2 guys right here that are going to get a lot of innings, and I try not to think about what we had, but I try to focus on what we have, and each day go in trying to come up with a plan to make sure that we're trending in the right direction. So.
All right, these are for both the players, guys. What does Coach Shackelford mean to you, having someone that believes in your vision with all the passion and energy that he coaches with?
He's just like a great mentor and like a great coach, and like just does it all, man. Like just there for me and stuff, and the rest of the team. And like I'm very thankful for that.
That's awesome, man.
I mean, pretty much what Ashley said. I mean, he just pushes us to be the best, for real, for real. I mean, he makes sure we're doing good in the classroom. I mean, he makes sure we stay focused on the field, locked in, getting work in. So he just pushes us to be the best.
All right, Ashton, I'm going to ask you a question. Sincere, I'll ask you the same question. Is there a baseball player that you grew up idolizing? Was there a baseball player that you mimicked growing up as a kid?
No, not really. Just wanted to be myself and like try to make a name for myself. Yeah.
Sincere?
I like watching Ricky Henderson because I'm pretty fast, and he was fast, so yeah, kind of an inspiration.
Yeah, that's a great name. Absolutely. Coach, go now into a different classification, into a region that's got a lot of crosstown rivals. What are you looking forward to this year and being in 2A with all these teams you're familiar with?
It feels a lot like back when I was playing back then. Every team in the school in the city were in the same region. It's always nice to, these games mean even more now. In the past couple years, we would play teams from within the city, but they weren't in our region. But now they're in our region, so they're more meaningful games, which amps up the competition even more, which I think these guys are excited about.
Coach, you got a tough non-region schedule. Got to play Central. Got to play LaGrange, which is a rematch of the second round game 2 years ago. Got to play Brookstone, who just won the GIAA championship. What does that non-conference play mean, getting you prepared for region play coming up this season?
Well, I think most importantly, I think we're going to see some good arms early in the year, which I think is important, especially not just for the regular season, but for postseason. I could easily I don't have to play those guys. You know, I choose to play them because I think it's what's best for these guys in our team to really help us get prepared for, you know, our region play and going forward into the playoffs.
Guys, my question for y'all is, what does it mean to have that Raider on your chest, that awesome logo on your hat that has a lot of history? What does it mean to you, Ashton, and then we'll go to you, to Sincere, to play for Shaw?
It means a lot. And like the people from the past, like Edward Jackson, like he was just like, he brought the like spirit into Shaw. And you know, this year we're trying to bring it back and, you know, win state champion, be a state champion. Yeah.
That's a great answer, man.
I mean, wearing the Raider logo, I mean, it means a lot. I mean, to be honest, wearing the logo, it's like, what do I say?
You wear it with pride.
Yeah, I wear it with pride. Yeah, I wear it with pride.
No, it's okay, man. But you put in the words right there, wearing it with pride. I know it means a lot to you to play for Shaw. Richard?
Coach Shackelford, was there a coach that you looked up to just in the coaching ranks that you looked for advice when it comes to leading this team?
Well, I would say, you know, and I think I stated this last year at Media Day, you know, one person that really inspired me to, you know, get into coaching and even really love the game more than that I thought I couldn't love anymore. And that would be Tony Pierce Sr. You know, he's obviously not with us anymore, but he was a huge inspiration for me. I remember spending countless hours back, you know, through my Little League, Babe Ruth, high school days out there at the ball field with him all day long, and we would just talk baseball, and I would pick his brain, and I really do take a lot of stuff that he taught me and try to instill it to these guys and try to run my program kind of the way that he used to coach. So that's
All right, well, we really excited about live streaming games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. I know, and really with all these teams back in Columbus, my final question to you, Coach, is that not having to go to a Bainbridge or Thomasville or Westover down in Albany, what does it mean to have all these teams back and have all these rivalries renewed and not having to leave the city of Columbus when you come to region play?
You know, I believe it or not, I didn't mind the traveling. I like these guys having to get on a bus, go a few hours to play an important game because, you know, that's what happens at the next level. And I try to tell these guys, like, do you really want to play baseball at the next level? Because this is what it's like. So I personally didn't mind having to do all that traveling when we're in that region. But it is nice to have these in-town rivalries back playing each other with meaningful games.
Coach, my last question, and we're going to wrap it up. Team goal. What's the team goal for you this year?
Goal this year, well, our first goal is to beat Schley County in our scrimmage game, you know, and that's where we'll start. I don't really like looking too far ahead because that's when you get these teenage athletes to lose focus. You know, you start talking too far ahead. The next thing you know, that's how teams that shouldn't beat you slip up and beat you. So I like to focus day to day, and right now our focus is on February 5th at 5:30, I believe, against Schley County.
That's a great answer. Good luck the rest of the season. Ashton, Sincere, good luck on your senior years. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we got the Northside Patriots with their new lead man coming up here. High School Baseball Media Day from CVCC on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy, and here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible. To be able to cover the 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy and Gordy Eye Care, for your support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I can say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC has got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
Welcome back here to High School Baseball Media Day live from CVCC. Thank you to Ashley Landy, Dean Taylor, and everyone here at CVCC for, one, allowing us to be the home to all CVCC athletics when we stream on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, but also for allowing us to host Baseball Media Day here. It is a awesome facility, one of the top junior college programs we have in our country. All right, coming up next is the Northside Patriots, and they got a new lead man. This is a legendary coach. He's been at many different schools, and now he's taken over Northside. It is head coach Tracy Powell, taking over a program that had an up and down year last year, but perennially is a program that has won state championships. So without further ado, enough from me. Let's turn it over now to Coach Tracy Powell of the Northside Patriots. Coach.
Thank you, Fred. We're just really excited about getting the 2025 season started. I think all four of these guys will attest to that. But a little bit about myself and about the program. Of course, last year, the program, like Thrift said, we kind of had ups and downs. They did make it to the playoffs, finished fourth in a very strong region, and ended up getting beat by a very good Ola team in Game 3 of the first round. So a little bit about myself. This is my 34th year in education. Started as an assistant coach at Harris County in the early 90s. Was fortunate enough to get the Hardaway baseball job in 1994. Had some phenomenal players, phenomenal parents and assistant coaches, administrators. We ended up having two finishes where we got beat in the finals, 3 in the semifinals, and like I said, I was just really blessed with some good players. Stayed there to 2011. Went to Harris County as an assistant, and my kids were in school at Harris County at the time. Stayed there until I retired. Double dipped, went to Glenwood, my alma mater, and went to Glenwood, then came back to Harris County for 2, working part-time. I was at Pacelli last year, and then Marty Richburg, who was the principal at Northside, he still works for the Muskogee County School District as a district chief. He called me, wanted to know if I wanted the head job, and took it, and so glad I did.
Coach Powell, you talk about this new reclassification you're in. You're now in 4A. Got some tough teams. Stars Mill won the state championship in 4A. Central Carrollton always has great programs. Of course, your big rival is Harris County. What Coach Dimitri's doing with that Harris County team has been something good this year. Just talk about having to play a tough schedule to get you prepared for that tough region schedule.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in playing a good schedule, a tough schedule. When you play teams that are not very good, it gives you a false sense of being good. And I think by playing tough competition early kind of gives you an idea just where you are, what you need to work on. For example, when you're playing a good program and they've got, you're facing good arms, the kids end up getting used to that. It's not like in region play where you're seeing that good arm and it's the first time they've really seen somebody with good velocity where they're just, almost in shock. So That's something we've always tried to do, is to try to play good competition.
Coach, if you don't mind introducing the players you brought here with you today, they look really sharp with their ties and sport jackets on. Well, thank you.
All right, over here to my far right is Reese Adams, and all four of these guys are seniors, by the way. But Reese is a pitcher. He can play in the infield and also the outfield. Over here is Caden Clay. Okay, over to my extreme right is Caden. Caden is a senior outfielder. Here to my left is Luke Norsworthy. Luke's first baseman. And then on the end is Javion Wyndham, and Javion is an infielder.
Awesome, guys. All right, I'm going to start with Reese, go all the way down the line, okay? Why is baseball your love? Is it your first love, Caden? I know about football, you love football, but for those that if baseball is your first love, why is this sport something you fell in love with at an early age? Go ahead, Reese.
So it was just, started playing ever since I was younger, and it's just something I fell in love with. Just enjoy the competition, just being able to grind for something and reach for a goal. It's just, you can't compare it with anything else.
You say you know about football, but I would like to say I have two loves, because I've played baseball longer than I've played football. Wow. And I've loved it ever since I was growing up, 4 years old, playing it.
Awesome. Baseball for me is it's always been a part of my life. My family members have always played it, and I feel like for me, baseball is it's just something that you can never really perfect, and it's just always something you have to push yourself to do. So.
I feel like baseball for me is, it's been something I've been doing since a young age, and you just really don't lose the itch for it. You always want to do it, always want to get back out there. So that's what it is.
Right. Reese, we're going to start with you, and then we're going to go down the line. Is there a baseball player that you grew up idolizing? Was there a baseball player that you mimicked growing up playing baseball?
Yeah, so, he wasn't able to watch him a lot. I remember at my younger age, Chipper Jones in the Braves, just something about him. I remember my dad told me he was retiring. I was bawling my eyes out on the floor. Just the way he just repped the Braves, my favorite team, just watching him play just really inspired me.
Awesome, man.
I grew up, I watched the Braves, and I'm a Braves fan, but I always idolized myself around Mike Trout. Just the way he played the game, I loved him.
Good answer.
I've always kind of idolized Freddie Freeman, just the way he's very fundamental and he sticks to everything that he knows and everything that he's always done. So.
I'd say a guy that I was introduced to at a young age would be Pete Rose. I really like how he broke down hitting and, understands how to play the game.
That's a good answer, man. Coach, you've had a lot of success, man. I don't feel like you have to do anything else. You're going to be a Hall of Famer, but that itch came back. Why did it come back? Why did you want to get back into coaching and leading a program? And why was Northside that program you wanted to take over?
I'll tell you a little bit about Northside first. Anyhow, Northside's always, they've always been blessed with good players and great facilities. Facilities are second to none, from the field to the hitting facility. And then, of course, the administration there. Administration is wonderful. They really support athletics. And if you've ever been part of a school where the administration doesn't really support athletics, you really appreciate those that do. Why did I get the itch to be a head coach again? I'd had several opportunities to be a head coach prior to this time, but it just didn't seem like a good fit for me. And when Marty Richburg called me and asked me if I was interested, and I told him heck yeah, and I told these guys on the ride over here I'd turned down the Northside job a few times prior to Coach Richburg or Mr. Richburg offering it to me this last time, and at times I was kicking myself for turning it down. So it just, I don't know, when you've been offered it multiple times, I don't know, maybe someone's sending you a sign.
Send you a message for sure.
Right.
All right, guys, what is it like playing? You haven't had a season under him yet, but you've had an off season under Coach Powell, and what kind of improvements have you seen within the program that makes y'all feel like you're going to have a good senior year? We'll start with you, Reese, go down the line.
Yeah, Coach Powell, you said he's a winning coach. He knows how to win. Everybody who plays high school ball, that's what you want to do. You don't want to go out there and lose. And he helps us with discipline. He's really changing the culture there at Northside. That's what we need to be able to go out there and compete and win some games.
Good answer. Kate?
Powell, he came in last year to the cafeteria to talk to the whole baseball team. And from right then, I knew that he was going to be a phenomenal coach, and he's proved me right. He's got us on the field every day and just working us as hard as we can work.
I kind of building on what they said. I mean, just the culture and just the way that he's kind of changed already. Just the little time that he's been there, just being able to get behind him and work with somebody that you know is never going to lead you down the wrong path. So,
I think just the biggest thing is probably the discipline. I think he's came in and he's really let us know that it's not going to be easy to win. It's not going to be just the way you want to do it. There's ways to go about things, and I think every day he really implements that to us and lets us know that, it takes hard work, it takes discipline, it takes focus to win.
Good answer.
Coach Powell, we made mention about the winning tradition at Northside, recently winning a state championship in 2019. What is it going to take to get back to that level to win a state championship once again for Northside?
I think probably the biggest thing is the buy-in. The guys are going to have to buy in to what it is that's going to make you or give you the chance to be a state champion, which is countless days of work, not only on the field but in the weight room, and it has to be almost a year-round process. Caden mentioned the first time I ever met these guys and was last spring in the cafeteria at Northside, and I told them I love baseball players that play football. I think that baseball players that play football have another degree of mental toughness. And does that mean you have to play football to be a good baseball player with mental toughness? Not at all, but I think those that do might have an edge in that area.
That's a good answer, Coach. Guys, team and personal goal. I don't care. You can say it's a stat. You want to bat this. It's okay to have goals to aspire and work towards. What are your team and personal goals? Start with Reese. Go down the line.
So yeah, this year, I would love for us to be able to go out there and win region. Yeah, that's a pretty good goal. We can say if we win region, get us in the playoffs.
Yep.
I'd say from there we have a pretty good shot.
Yep. What about the personal goal?
Personal goal, just want to have a good season on the mound. Just continue to do. I did good last year. Love to keep up this year. Unfortunately, wasn't able to play in the playoffs because of an injury. This year, I'd love to go back to the playoffs and help my team win and just do what I can do on the mound.
I want to add something, too, about if you wanted to go on to the next level. Reese, is that a goal for you? Do you want to play in college? And if you don't, it's okay. I just want to throw that in there to make mention of it.
And it's kind of going to depend on how this year goes. You just got to see, who reaches out and just kind of just between going off to college, just do something, just get my degree. And it's a lot of commitment.
Yeah, it is. Caden?
My team goal for this year is obviously I want to win our region, and I want to make a deep run into the playoffs. And my personal goal is I want our team to beat Harris County. That's my personal goal.
I love it, man.
And the next level, I'm going to play football at the next level at Charleston Southern. But I would love to play baseball too. But it's a lot of commitment to play both. But
yeah, and congratulations, by the way, in signing the next level. Luke?
I would say for my team goal, I would have to say probably host the first round of playoffs. I feel like that's a big thing. That's a big thing that gets you started in the playoffs. And for my personal goal, I'd probably say just I want to get hot early in the season, just stay like that, hopefully. And so I'd just say, my batting average, I want it to be over 300. So, and then for college, I'm not real sure yet, just kind of waiting and seeing who reaches out and if anybody reaches out. So, yeah.
I think for a team goal, I think the biggest thing is just win a lot of games consistently. I feel like that'll lead us in the right direction. If you start winning a lot early, you can win a lot. You're gonna just continuously win. It doesn't just happen. I feel like you streak sometimes. I'd say for a personal goal, really, just continue to hit the ball well. I think this year I want to break 30 hits. I was in the 20s last year, so I think that's a personal goal this year. And then for the next level, really just playing ball day in and day out and just hoping, to get noticed and hopefully have a chance to play at the next level.
Last question, Coach. you've seen a lot, you help a lot of kids get to the next level. We're here at CVCC. I asked Coach Vic about what kind of player he's looking for. You know about that. Is that one thing you've been really preaching to the kids? It's not just we want to win games, but I want to help y'all get to the next level. You got to buy into this stuff. Is that what you've been trying to teach them?
I have. You know, I think it probably started in the weight room this past summer when I got started with these guys. But yeah, you know, what a lot of high school baseball players don't realize that playing in college, it's almost like having a job, and you know, it's a ton of commitment. It's a lot of sacrifices that you have to make, and it's not easy at all. You know, baseball's it's a game of failure, and those that can't handle with the failure, they typically don't stay with it a long time. So, but anyhow, these guys, they've bought in, and they've been very receptive.
Awesome. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break, but when we come back, we're going to have more high school baseball media day here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Don't go anywhere.
hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, and I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
My name is Quinteria Perry, and this is my CVCC story. I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the Ambassador Scholarship was interesting to me because you did an event to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
Get your grills out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy, and here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia-Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible. To be able to cover these 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy, and Gordy Eye Care for your support of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And then you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is
And welcome back to the 2025 Baseball Media Day live here at CVCC on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. Now it's time for that School on College Drive. The Hardaway Hawks, led by their head coach, Eric Anthony, who's also the softball coach. Hardaway made the playoffs last year, lost to the eventual state champion Stars Mill. They are now in a new classification with these rivalries renewed. We're going to end up having the Midtown Showdown Baseball Edition. Yeah. We're going to have Shaw, Jordan. I'm excited about this. And on behalf of Coach Anthony, the assistant coach, Chess Owens, is going to be speaking here for Baseball Media Day. So without further ado, I will hand it over to Coach Owens. Go ahead, Coach.
Hi, my name is Coach Owens. I'm the pitching coach at Hardaway High School. And this is Tristan Jackson and Dante Hill, both seniors for our program.
Coach, thank you so much for being here. For one, what led you into get into coaching, and why'd you pick Hardaway to get in your coaching career?
I played high school football and baseball, and I got hurt as a junior and did not get to play a senior year. And my coaches kept me around, and they were pivotal getting me back from my surgeries. They pushed me, even though I wasn't as much part of the team anymore. And so when I got out, I wanted to give back to my community. I'm from Manchester, Georgia, and so I went into coaching there and left from Manchester and came back to Greenville and Taylor County. And now I got married a couple of years ago and had a kid, and I was driving like an hour to work every day, and that was getting old. So I moved to Columbus with my wife, and that's where God led me to be at Hardaway.
Awesome. All right, let's start with you, Dante. Just talk about what it means to play for Coach Owens. And Coach Owens.
They bring the dog out of you and make you be the best man that you can be.
That's a good answer.
He really focuses on leadership, and he holds all of us accountable and to be better young men in life. It's more than just baseball to him. It's a way that we walk and talk and how we carry ourselves as young men.
Guys, last year you made the playoffs. What's the goal this year? We'll start with you, Dante, and then we'll go to Tristan. What's the team goal? What's a personal goal you may have for this year?
The goal I have is minimizing our errors. Our errors hurt us a lot last year, and I believe if we minimize our errors, we can go farther than we went in the playoffs last year.
Tristan?
Personally, like he said, minimize my errors and get out of my head. It's a mental game, and I gotta understand that. And for the team, I just think we need to communicate better. We need to build that morale a little bit.
Great answer.
Coach Owens, you guys were in 4A last year. Very tough region. Shaw is in the same region as you were last year. Great rivalry there. But having to play Stars Mill in the state championship, and then that region not having to travel as much, going down to Bainbridge and Cairo. Some really good baseball teams there. But now you got a lot of teams like Columbus, Jordan, Shaw, Spencer, Carver. You don't have to travel as much. What are you looking forward to about playing baseball in this region?
Touched on a little bit. Last year was brutal. I mean, when you talk about Bainbridge, you talk about Cairo, they are massive baseball schools. They're really good. And now transitioning to locally, we can have more local rival games that are going to be a lot of fun to play. We ought to have a lot of community support coming out because these are kids that have known each other and played against each other for years in rec ball. And, it's just should be a lot of fun. And you look to see, hopefully, us and Shaw and Columbus up at the top fighting for that 1, 2, 3 spot.
Yeah, and we had just Coach Tracy Powell on, who was coach at Hardaway for a long time. There's a lot of winning and history at Hardaway, and now it seems like you and Coach Anthony are starting to bring that back. What are some of the things y'all worked on this offseason to be competitive in this region and make a deep run in the playoff?
We're huge on pitching. I'm the pitching coach, and I like to see my guys working and hitting spots. And we are in the cages some. We're working on fundamentals and getting that sweet spot. We're always grinding with our guys, and they love being around each other. So I mean, it ain't even hard to get these guys together. If they hear the doors open, they're coming.
Dante, to start with you, and then Tristan, we're going to finish with you. What are some baseball players that you grew up idolizing? Is there a particular baseball player that you mimicked growing up as a kid?
That's a good one, yes.
Personally, Manny Machado.
Manny Machado?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All right, Coach Owens, we got to talk about just the tough non-region schedule that gets you prepared for a region play. You do take on Chatco. I know that they got some tradition when it comes to baseball, but as you get ready to take on a Columbus, we know that they've won multiple state championships. We know the history with Shaw, and then of course Jordan with their making the playoffs the last couple of years. I know it's going to be very competitive, especially since there's probably only going to be 4 playoff spots in this region. I know with the 2A classification, they actually go on overall rankings. So how important is it to actually have a good non-region record so that way that when you are fighting for those playoff spots, that you have a pretty good resume and you can plead your case to get one of them?
It's very important, not just even for the power rankings and everything. It's good for us as a team. During that time, if we go beat up on people that we know we're going to beat during that time, we don't figure these guys out. Like, I need to know what Dante's going to be able to do throwing. If I ask for a fastball down the middle, is he going to be able to hit the spot that I ask him to hit? Right. If Tristan's in a situation where we need a run and we got a runner at second, does he know where he's going to put this ball to try to move a runner up or even scoring? We learn those things in big games outside of the region when we're not beating up on folks. So I think it's important to have a strong schedule.
Yeah, I think that's an awesome point. Coach, what are some of the goals that you may have? Do you ever want to try to be a head coach? Are you good being an assistant coach and giving back to Hardaway? Or do you have aspirations maybe leading your own program one day?
I've done both. I was the head baseball coach at Taylor County for 1 year, and I enjoyed it. But I like being an assistant as well. Whatever I need to be, I'm good with. Whatever, if I ever find a situation where I want to be a head coach again, I may go for it. But for now, I'm good being with Coach Anthony. Coach Anthony does a great job. I appreciate him letting me come out and work with these kids.
Coach Owens, my final question to you is, I've noticed from last year's team, you lost a very special player to graduation, Rene Rodriguez. He was leading in almost every statistical category. Was given back to Hardaway. He was helping Coach Anthony out on the softball team this fall as we were live streaming a game on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. What does it mean for these players to just give back to Hardaway and just to put their time and effort, not only when they put on this Hardaway uniform, when they actually go on and graduate, to come back to the program? What does that mean to you, Coach?
It goes back to what I was talking about earlier. My coaches made such an influence in me, and that's what brought me into coaching. I went back and taught and coached in Meriwether County for 10 years. And so it's the only way that you see communities grow. I want to see a Tristan Jackson and a Dante Hill come back. We were talking about it in the parking lot. I was like, Dante, what you going to do when you grow up? And because it's not too far away. And he said, I'm good at math. I said, well, have you ever thought about teaching and coaching? And, you know, you come back and coach here at Hardaway. And that's the only way, you know, somebody like him that's been through the Coach Anthony way, he could show the Coach Anthony way to somebody else.
Thanks, Coach.
That was a great answer, Coach. And they got a great program for Hardaway. We look forward to getting them on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got more of High School Baseball Media Day at CVCC on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to High School Baseball Media Day here from CVCC. I want to say thank you to some of our sponsors, including Pepsi. Thank you to Buffalo Rock, Pepsi, because every time, literally, when I'm eating a piece of pizza, I need a Pepsi product or a Mountain Dew or Sorry. We think Buffalo Rock. Thank you to Kinetic Credit Union, all your banking needs. Toygar Isla, the producer extraordinaire, he always needs new glasses because he steps on his every day, it seems like. Gordy Eye Care, Griff Gordy, Dr. Griff Gordy, we appreciate him in his support of Georgia Alabama Sports Hub. Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC, we got a live show coming up next week. Actually, this Wednesday. I keep saying next week. I forgot it's the end of the month already. So we're going to be in the showroom this Wednesday night. All right, enough of that. Let's move on with the program. And coming up right now, we have the Russell County Warriors. They're led by their lead man who played in the major leagues. His name is Coach Danny Danielson. He's got a program he's trying to build back up to once a prominent national powerhouse. And without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Coach Danny Danielson and the Russell County Warriors. Coach?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having us. Here I got seniors Seth Erickson and Colton Armstrong. Seth's first baseman, pitcher. Armstrong, he's a third baseman pitcher. We're excited to kick these things off, hoping for next week for some good weather. Coach Danielson, this is your second year as the coach of Russell County, and it was a job that is built from the ground up. Coach Dimitri was the coach before you, and we know about the history of Russell County, winning the state championship in 2005, but really, there's just a lot of pride in Russell County and great facilities. Just talk about what it means trying to just build up this program, trying to get to that goal of making the playoffs and just helping this team just improve throughout the season. Yeah, the facilities for sure. It's nothing like what we had when I was there. And, we do take a lot of pride in the program and what we do. Obviously, our goal is to be better than we were the year before. It's tough, getting out here every day and leaning on some newer guys when you got guys leaving in and out of the program for transfer reasons, graduation, etc. But we've got some guys that are going to step up and do what we need them to do.
Coach, you talk about coming back to the program that you used to play at. What does that mean as being an alumni to come back here? Is it something special, and how's it been these first couple of years since taking it over?
It's a feeling of ownership when you kind of walk in the door. Like you owe it to the kids that are coming in behind you, because you want them to not only experience the stuff that I was able to do in my playing career, but you want to see them do more and go above and beyond that. So yeah, it's special. Especially with these two, I owned a local travel ball organization before I started coaching at Russell County, Rip City, and I got to watch these kids grow from the time they were 8, 9 years old. So it's especially special for these two.
We talk about the travel ball aspect of baseball. Do you think it helps for you as a coach being able to run that organization for taking over high school, and then just in general travel baseball, how it helps kids nowadays for moving on to the next level?
I think there are some rules that kind of prohibit a lot of that, so that's why you got to kind of separate it once you do get the high school job.
Right.
But it definitely is beneficial. You already have interactions with children that you might not have interacted with if you wasn't in that job. It helps with getting your name out there, your program's name out there. It definitely is. There's some benefits to it for sure.
Awesome.
Seth, I'm going to start with you, and then Connor, I'm going to finish with you. So this is a very special year because that core 4 of teams that all won state championships in the Phoenix City area with yourselves, Glenwood, Central, and Smith Station, you get to face all 3 of them this year, right off the bat, at Glenwood, taking on Central, and also taking on Smith Station. Personally for you, what does that mean to face these teams? You probably played in Little League growing up, just playing these players. What does that mean? And then we'll finish with you as well.
It's something special for sure. Just being able to go out there and play against the kids you've played against since you were 8, 9.
It's cool playing the guys you grew up with. It's a lot of competition, kind of bragging rights kind of thing.
I'm going to start here and then Wayne with you. What does it mean to play for Coach Danny Danielson, a guy that's made it to the next level? It's one thing when these coaches talk to you and try to get you to the next level. Then when you see a guy that's actually made it to the highest level, I know it's got to feel good to have him on your side.
It's kind of cool knowing I got a knowledgeable guy that can teach me and I can trust what he's saying.
It's great, honestly. I honestly don't think I'd be in the position I am now if it wasn't for him.
Coach Downson, I want to make mention of one of the coaches on your staff because he is near and dear to us. He's our broadcasting colleague on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, Coach Michael Long Jr. Just having a guy like Coach Long on your staff, he also played at Russell County.
Been a head coach.
And he's been a head coach at Carver, but just loves the game of baseball. And to have him on your staff, what does that mean to have Coach Long on your staff?
Knox, he actually went out and helped us secure all the assistant coaches, and it's been phenomenal. I do want to speak a little bit on that. Yeah. All the guys that we've hired, from Coach Elias, he played at Central, Coach Dawkins, he was a JV coach at Glenwood, Coach Mike Long, head coach at Carver, all of those guys, Coach Lawrence, he's a football and baseball coach at Russell County now. He played at Smith's, played some college ball as well. All the guys have made my job and our lives a lot easier, and they're all knowledgeable as well. But Coach Long, he's a joker. He's got a knack for it. He enjoys it. He loves it. He's family, honestly, and it's been one of the best decisions we've made.
Coach, a little bit of a rough year last year. You're trying to get back on track. What are some of the things this all season that you've really worked on with your guys about building that culture back up to the way it was when you were playing?
Consistency every day, coming out with the same level of discipline that's needed to make it at like we was talking about, the next level. Just when I don't feel my best physically, we got to find a way to get there mentally and just push through. Again, we didn't slack the schedule off. We've had some kids transfer out. Like I said, some kids graduate, but I told these guys that we want to face adversity and we want to do it early. That way, when the area comes around, we're already tested and we're battle true at that point.
Coach, the goal is to make the playoffs, but you're in an area with some pretty tough teams. We know about Pike Road and the type of team they are. You now have Rehoboth is in your also Park Crossing. Just talk about the area that you have to face and what is it going to take to try to get one of those playoff berths?
We got to handle business in terms of, going at Pike Road and Rehoboth. Park Crossing's not going to be a walkthrough either. Our pitchers have to throw strikes. We got to stay consistent with that, and we've got to have some kind of run support. We do those things, I think we'll have success.
Guys, team and personal goal. What's the team goal this year, and what's the personal goal you may have? Whether it be stats, get to the next level, I don't care, man. Just tell us, because it's good to have goals to strive for.
Team goal, I want to make playoffs because I haven't done it in a while.
Awesome.
And personal goal, I want to prepare myself for college.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Team goal, I just want to see everyone go out there, have fun, win more games doing that. Personal, definitely going to strive to try and hit 96, 97 off the mound and beat Coach Shaney's strikeout record.
There we go.
Guys, I've asked everybody this question. Who's a baseball player that you grew up idolizing? Was there a baseball player that you mimicked growing up as a kid? We'll start with you and then finish with you.
When I was younger, I loved Chipper Jones.
Freddie Freeman.
Good answer. All right, Coach, last question. What makes Russell County so special? This is to everyone in the community that's watching, not just Russell County community, all over the Chattahoochee Valley area. Why is Russell County such a special school?
It's Warrior Pride. You come in there every day, just ready to work, eager to get after it.
Love it, man.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break. But when we come back, we got the Columbus Blue Devils coming up next as you're watching the 2025 Baseball Media Day here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
This is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC has got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety, discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, And I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
My name is Quinteria Perry, and this is my CVCC story. I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the Ambassador Scholarship was interesting to me because you did events to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
Get your girls out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of Girls Night Out.
Back here to High School Baseball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Thank you to some other sponsors, including the Beck Center, where we hosted it last year. We hosted Baseball Media Day. We're going to host our Spring Sports Media Day there. Thank you to the Beck Center of Academic and Athletic Success. Also, thank you to Terry Johnson Agency. Thank you to State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Alex Quinney Allstate Agency, Zaxby's, and, of course, Alabama Power. And they're one of the reasons we're even here, plus CVCC. As we're moving along, and we're going to a very historic program with an incredible guy who doesn't give himself enough credit as one of the best coaches we have in this area. It is the Columbus Blue Devils and head coach Chad Mathis in his 10th season leading the Blue Devils as a head coach. Been there a lot longer as an assistant coach. So without further ado, we'll throw it over to Coach Mathis. Coach.
Hello. Thank you guys for having us. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce some of these guys to you. These will be some of the starters that you will see this season for the 25. Start with my left over here. I have DS, David Scott Livingston. We call him DS. I have R.J. Griffin, Michael Nottman, and Caden Bryans.
All right, Coach. Obviously, when we think of Columbus baseball, we think of that tradition and history, multiple state championships, and players that have gone on to play at the next level. When you think of Columbus, especially in this new classification in 2A, that you are one of the favorites. Had a great season last year. Went to the second round, did lose to a good Mary Persons team, but you fought really hard with them, forced it to a game 3. You did lose some players from last year's team, but you got some of your core group coming back. Just what are the expectations this season, especially in the new region, and then the schedule that you're playing? Because I mean, you end up playing great teams like Northside, Harris County. You're going to play Russell County, Troup County, Brookstone. I mean, Glenwood. Yeah, I forgot to mention you're doing home and home with Glenwood. So talk about that tough schedule, and what are you looking forward to about this region?
Well, I mean, traditionally our schedule, you know, I've always prided our program and as far as playing the best competition. We used to travel to Atlanta and play, you know, the Park Views, the Brookwoods, and, you know, but I started looking at the area teams, and you've got some nationally ranked teams that's not that far from your back door. So why travel 2.5, 3 hours when, you know, you've got the Centrals and the Auburns and the Glenwoods and the LaGranges and the Troops. So not only just based on our region schedule, but the surrounding schools, to me, is competitive enough for us to get that, you know, quality competition, see that pitching that these area schools have that will prepare us for the playoffs.
Coach, and that's a great point, and you're playing teams like Central and stuff that are getting you ready for the tough region matchups. But last year got off to a little bit of a slow start, and then you came on strong at the end. You're setting yourself up for another tough start again. So do you want to get off to a hot start, basically, is the question? Or are you good playing your best baseball in March and April?
Yes, you know, I think about 9 years ago, we were 13-0 at the beginning of the year, and I'm sitting here, you know, I'm really excited. And then we hit region play, and it kind of just started going downhill a little bit. So I would much rather start peaking late in the year, giving these guys challenges early in the season, seeing the quality competition, you know, whether it's pitching or, you know, hitting, you know, seeing the different characteristics of these teams and fighting through that adversity to put us in those positions in the playoffs to be successful.
I'm going to start with you, and David, I'm going to finish with you. Just go down the line. What does it mean to play for Coach Mathis?
This means a lot, honestly. He's taught me a lot, and I've grown as a player a ton. Freshman year coming in, I was mediocre, to be honest, and I feel like I've improved drastically, both defensively and offensively through him.
You know, it's awesome. I think he has a great history. He's a great coach. He's helped me so much throughout these years, and I think he'll definitely take us far this year.
Playing for Coach Mathis means a lot. There's a lot of histories on our walls, and being under his guidance, and he's been there for a while, really gives you something to look up to.
It's definitely a good experience. You know, with his history of winning and bringing in titles, it's definitely been great for him to coach me as a player and make me better as a man. So.
CHS on your chest with the C on the hat. You know the history, the great players. This is for all of you. We'll start with you, David, and we'll end with you. What does it mean to play for Columbus High with all the history and the pressure it is to be a Columbus High Blue Devil?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it when you look on the walls. You see all the state championships. You see all the names like Frank Thomas, who came through here and walked on the grounds that we walk. It inspires you, honestly. It doesn't really pressure you as much as you think. It honestly just makes you want to be better.
I agree with Caden here. I mean, it's awesome to play for Columbus High, and I think if we continue it as long as we can, it would be great.
Get something to chase after. Coach Mathis tells us a lot to look in our record books to give yourself a goal for the year and chase after that goal.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree with RJ. It's really something to live up to, and but you can do it at the end of the day. So.
Coach Mathis, this new region that you're in, you're now in 2A. You don't have to travel as much. You don't have to go to Crisp County or go down to Thomasville, but we're going to get to see these rivalries renewed. We're going to have the Midtown Showdown Baseball Edition when you face Hardaway.
Jordan.
Shaw is going to be good. Jordan, the two oldest schools in Muskogee County, public schools, facing off against each other. What does it mean to rekindle these rivalries back in this region, knowing that there's maybe 4 or 5 playoff spots up for grabs, depending on just the strength of schedule with all these teams?
Classification over the 20 years that I've been there, every 2 years you're going somewhere different, and not having to go to Cairo and Thomasville or Bainbridge and those long trips. We can minimize our travel and keep everything local, but to rekindle those competitions with Hardaway, Shaw, like you said, Jordan, because back in the day, some of those games were awesome. I mean, I can remember in the late 90s, early 2000s, I mean, some of the best baseball in the state was right here between Hardaway, Columbus, Shaw. Yeah. So, trying to get that back, get the competition back to where it needs to be, and giving these guys an opportunity to, not only chase something on that wall, but become better people. That's our goal.
I mean, you literally had in about a 5-year stretch, Hardaway, Shaw, and Columbus all playing for the state championship either year. I mean, what's incredible. And now we got Coach Powell. He's back in the mix. I know you see all the great coaches. But I want to start now back to the players' team goal, okay, and personal goal. I heard that about goal, RJ. That was a great point, going back and expiring something that you can chase after as a team. So what's a team goal y'all have, and then what's a personal goal, whether it be stats, getting to the next level, whatever it may be. You can just say it here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Go ahead, man.
Team goal for me is always a state championship. That's the ultimate thing. You practice every day. You train how long you've been playing baseball. That's what you want. That's what you look to at the end of the season. Individual goal I have is really just leadership, because we've been missing that past few years. I feel like we haven't come together like we can, and I want to make sure we have that environment this year.
Awesome.
I agree with Caden. I think my team goal is definitely to win state. I mean, you want to always go as far as you can. There's no point in settling for less. And my individual goal, I'd say, is just to work on my location and speed, like less walks, more strikeouts, and try to maybe hit 90 this year.
Nice.
I think we've all set the team goal as to win state. And my personal goal is probably to top 93 in game and prepare myself to help the team this year and prepare myself for college next year.
I agree with all them. Win state, it's always the goal at the end of the day. And I think personal goal would just be the best teammate and player I can be.
Coach, what does it mean? They talked about the leadership aspect. Do you feel like this offseason, what are things y'all worked on, and do you feel like that leadership void that may not have been there last year is filling up this year to give you a good season?
Absolutely. I mean, with our early morning workouts in the fall, lawn tossing usually, in the fall too, giving these guys an opportunity to kind of go out be in that weight room or on that field, you know, creating those opportunities for themselves and watching them grow, to me is what coaching is really all about. But you know, I know we said winning a state championship's a goal, but you know, I like starting a little bit smaller and creating that mindset. Let's win region, and then let's get through the playoffs, and then let's chase that state championship banner. But you know, these guys can probably tell you, I mean, usually practice starts tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be somewhat chaotic, but we got to come in focused. We got to be ready to just hit all cylinders wide open. There's going to be a lot of information thrown at them, you know, in the next 2 weeks. You know, we got a scrimmage with Lee County next weekend. I mean, it's on us. So there's that, you know, that preparation that you got to get going, you know, in the back of your mind, that I got to be on my P's and Q's and get these guys ready. When, you know, you start talking about bunt coverages and, you know, first and third and things like that we just hadn't even really went over yet. So, yeah, I'm excited. I just know that they got to come in ready and focused.
Caden, we'll start with you. We'll go down the line. Is there a baseball player that you grew up idolizing, or is there a baseball player that you mimicked your game after?
For me, it's always been Acuna, and then also Ken Griffey Jr. So being left-handed, that Ken Griffey is, I really like his swing, and some say it's the best ever. So
I agree with that, man.
Well, I'm a Braves fan. I've always loved Freddie Freeman. I hate that he went to the Dodgers, but
me too. Makes me sick.
yeah, my favorite all-time player has got to be Barry Bonds, though.
Good.
I love him.
I grew up watching a lot of Jacob deGrom because I am pitching in college. That's why I kind of wanted to mimic my game after.
Nice, man.
I've always loved Nolan Arenado. Just love the way he plays in the field, and also I love his swing. So.
Coach, what makes Columbus High special? It's a place you've been for a long time. You know the ins and outs. There's probably not a room you don't know on campus. Why do you love Columbus High, and why is it such a special place?
I've been here a long time, and honestly, when you look at you know, I was part of some great tradition there, and to me, that's tough to uphold every single year. You know, as a coach, that's a lot of pressure. But at the same time, what I like about Columbus is these guys sitting next to me, they came in understanding what they were getting into. And by that, you know, they are not only student athletes, but they're students of the game, but they're also, you know, we stress their academics. They take that very, very, you know, they don't take it lightly. And I love the fact that they can go to class, do what they're supposed to in that building, and come out and do what they're supposed to on the field of play. So, you know, for me as an advocate for Columbus High, I mean, it's just a great, well-rounded place where these young men up here can better themselves.
That's awesome, Coach.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take another break, but when we come back, we've got the Smith Station Panthers as you're watching the 2025 Baseball Media Day live from CVCC here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy, and here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia-Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible. To be able to cover these 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy, and Gordy Eye Care for your support of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And then you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
And welcome back to the 2025 Baseball Media Day live here at CVCC on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. We just keep rolling along. We are more than halfway done. The next school is a team that is no stranger to winning. The Smith Station Panthers are up next. They won the state championship in 2015, and they are led by their coach, Wesley Bird, who was an assistant and was part of that championship team in 2015. And even though they're in a tough area, but they're looking for an exciting season. And so without further ado, I'm going to turn the mic over to Coach Bird and the Smith Station Panthers. Go ahead, Coach.
Thank you so much, Richard. It's a pleasure for us to have the opportunity to come and chat with you guys today. Really looking forward to the season. Obviously, it's my first year as a head coach at Smith Station, but I've been there since 2012. But way back when Coach Britton was the coach, I was the head 9th grade coach, did a little JV assistant, and then Coach Ferry came over, and I think he was the head coach for 11 years, and I run the junior high program and worked in that arena for 4 or 5 years. And then in 2019, I moved up with Coach Ferry on the varsity level and been trying to help him the best I can the last 5 years or so. And we're excited. We're really young, but we're really excited to get started with the 25 season.
Excited about it. And you mind introducing your player, Coach?
Yeah, I brought Alex Phillips with me today. He's one of our seniors. He's the only one I brought because currently Alex, unfortunately, is injured. He's got some back issues, and we are actually practicing today for the first time since now all the snow's gone and we could get on the field. I have a squad of about 36 that's out there in the middle of a scrimmage. So that's where we just came from, and look forward to getting back to them.
Well, Coach, thank you for being here to kind of kick off baseball season. What does it mean to now be the head coach of the Smith Station Panthers and implementing your culture and laying down your foundation for this program?
It's an honor. It's extremely humbling. I'm actually an alumni of Smith Station.
Awesome.
I graduated there in 1989, so it's extremely humbling to me. And I don't want to call it my culture. I want to call it our program. But it's exciting. It's also nervous at the same time. It's overwhelming with all the things that you got to do that you don't think about till you get on the inside. But I'm excited. I really look forward to the season because we're extremely young, and that's the fun part, is teaching the kids.
Coach, you went 14-17 last year, but I feel the record does not reflect how good of a team you are, because not only do you play a tough non-area schedule, You got one of the toughest areas in Alabama with Central, Auburn, Opelika. Talk about what it means to play these tough opponents to get you ready for area play.
Well, I think that's the whole part of it. We kind of pride ourselves on creating a schedule that is competitive. And you're going to see no different than that this year. We'll go to PBR South early in February. We'll go to the Buccaneer Classic up in Hoover, and we're going to play stiff competition because if you go back and look at the history books, between us and Central, Auburn, and now Opelika's in the mix for the last couple of years, our area generally has somebody representing the South when it comes to the state championship. We were fortunate enough to do that in 15, but that's 10 years ago. So we're excited, but we love to play the good competition. I think our kids really get excited for that and get up for that.
That's awesome. All right, we'll start with you. What does it mean to play now for Coach Bird? What has he meant to you as a player, and what does it mean to play for Smith Station?
There's nothing really. I just want to play ball. I like to play for Smiths. I've grown up in Smiths, and I used to go to the high school games as a kid and watch them. That's who I want to play for. And ever since that, I've always wanted to play with Smiths.
And what does Coach Bird mean to you? Even though it's his first year taking over the job, he's been there for a long time.
I'd put my body on the line for him. I'd do anything for Coach Bird.
Coach, not only playing in a area, but you've got some local rivalries that we're going to get to see this year, especially getting to play Russell County, getting to play Glenwood. What does that mean to finally get to play Glenwood now that they're in the AHSAA, and then also rekindling that rivalry you have at Russell County as well?
There again, the hometown rivalries and all is really what builds sports. It builds the community up, and we're excited about it. And you know, we've played Russell County a lot in the past, and of course we play Central every year. But Glenwood is going to be something new now that they're in the Alabama High School Athletic Association, and Coach Fanning does a tremendous job over there. They're extremely talented. He's got some really good players over there, and that's going to be a challenge for us. You mentioned, about our record last time. Even though you say we were 14-17, and going through that, when it came to the area play, we were actually 3-1 in the area going into that series with Central, and all we had to do was win one of the first two games, and we were unable to do that, even leading by one in the bottom of the seventh. All we had to do was get one out, and we couldn't do that. And that's the things that we want to build and grow on this year, especially with a young group of kids. We're going to have a lot of, I don't want to say failure, but we're going to have a lot of learning opportunities early on in the season because we have so many inexperienced kids at the varsity level. But hopefully we can, those opportunities will be teaching moments, and we'll get better and be really, really competitive by the time area play rolls around.
What's things you worked on this offseason to try to improve some of the things like finishing games and stuff like that to get better this year?
Everybody who's listening to this is probably going to laugh at you, but throwing and catching the baseball. The very basics of the game. Obviously, we implemented the weight program. We did a long toss program, trying to get the kids' arms stronger, trying to get them more flexible, more range of motion, but stronger at the same time. Right. We've also done a lot of mental games as far as to try to develop mental toughness. So many of these kids in this generation, they have a lot of quit in them. When things get hard in today's society, people want to give up and quit. And that's what we're trying to fight through is, hey, things are going to be hard. Things are, you guys are going to be playing, because we may have some 9th graders and 10th graders playing. So they're going to be playing 18-year-old kids, and things are going to get hard. Yeah. And we're trying to get them to compete. And that's what we're really excited to watch them do.
All right. And I want to ask you, what does it mean to you to wear those pinstripes with the Smith Station logo across the chest?
It just gets me fired up and ready to go. I get ready to play. There's nothing better than putting on that jersey and getting on the field.
You talk about when you watched Smith Station back in the day and saying you want to play when you get in high school. What are some players? You don't have to be high school players, maybe major league players that you kind of mimic your game or look after and say, hey, I wish I could play like him, or that's how I want to strive for.
Like
a favorite MLB player if you have
I don't know. I don't really have. There's too many players. I like a lot of them. I wouldn't say I have a favorite. If I did, it'd probably be like Chipper Jones or someone.
That's a good answer.
I like to watch all players from different positions.
Coach Bird, you talk about you were part of that staff that won the state championship in 2015. What is it going to take to get Smith Station back to that level so these players can experience what it feels like to win a state championship?
First and foremost, it's going to take good players. Second of all, it takes discipline. But people also have to realize, and I'm sure Coach Kehoe and all the Coach Fanning, all the coaches that's made it to that championship level, it takes a lot of luck. You got to have the right bounces, and everything's got to go your way to get to that level, because you're going to be in some dog fights and you're going to be in some tough series. And it was a special time, but we had some good players, and we got hot at the right time, and folks stepped up. It was a really special time for me. I think I was involved with the junior high program at the time, but one of my oldest sons was actually on that team.
Awesome.
So from a coaching standpoint, it was really special to me to be able to be a part of it along with my son.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you so much. That is Coach Wesley Bird and the Smith Station Panthers. We can't wait to get them here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live this season, and looking forward to seeing Coach Bird in his first year as the head coach of the Smith Station Panthers. We're going to keep moving along. It's the High School Baseball Media Day from CVCC on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety, discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, and I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
My name is Quinteria Perry, and this is my CVCC story. I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the Ambassador Scholarship was interesting to me because you did events to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
Get your girls out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of Girls Night Out.
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy, and here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia-Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible to be able to cover the 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy and Gordy Eye Care, for your support of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And then you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC has got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety, discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, and I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
My name is Quinteria Perry, and this is my CVCC story. I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the ambassador scholarship was interesting to me because you did events to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
2, 1. Welcome back here to High School Baseball Media Day, live from CVCC, one of the top junior college programs in the Southeast and in the country. We thank Ashley Landy, Dean Taylor, and everyone at CVCC for being so gracious. It's been an awesome time here so far, Richard. We kicked it off with Hunter Vick and his program, who were literally out there in the squad and practicing. Then we had Coach Osteen and his softball program. Didn't know he had been here for over 25 years.
Wow.
And then we have just gone down the slate. The first high school team with Coach David Lane. I love his energy and his passion.
Yeah.
Back-to-back years making the playoffs, and they're looking forward to having a great season, aren't they? But it's just been an overall fun time, Richard.
It really has. And this second year that we've been doing high school baseball media days, these coaches and players are just excited about the upcoming season, enthusiastic about getting region play started. I'm really impressed with the Muskogee County schools all playing in the same region, minus Northside, and then also Sumter County. How exciting is that going to be? And I know that you look at Columbus, Shaw, Jordan, they made the playoffs last year, and Hardaway. You talk about it's going to be a fight at the top to try to get those playoff spots.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. So, like I said, we started off with Jordan, Coach David Lane, and then we talked about, we didn't have them here yet because they're still trying to figure out who's going to be leading the programs with the Spencer Greenways and the Kendrick Cherokees. But last year they played the longest game in the history of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Almost 5 hours.
Yes, it was.
Of baseball. Richard, you were there for all 5 hours in a 27-26 unbelievable game. So we look forward to seeing who's going to be leading those programs. And then we have the Carver Tigers led by Coach Patrick Butler.
Yes.
Michael Long Jr. did a great job.
He really
that
did.
Program and getting it, because remember, it didn't even have a program a few years ago.
Yes.
To get it back up and started, and now Coach Patrick Butler will be leading them. They return players like Deshaun Bryant, Colin Hodge, who was a great football player, and Amari Couch. So we can't wait to see Coach Patrick Butler and the Carver Tigers.
And I do want to make mention, because the opposing coach is in the building, Ace Thomas had a huge game. When Carver played Calvary last year, he struck out Bailey Thorne. And I thought that was a great moment for Carver.
That's like striking out Frank Thomas in the high school.
Yeah, that was a huge strikeout for Ace Thomas. The three-sport star at Carver.
Unbelievable, man. But we're moving on. We then had Shaw, led by Coach Howie Shackelford, 14-14 last year. And this guy now, he really feels in this new region that he can make a deep run. Remember, he hosted a playoff game against Troup County last year, ended up losing to them. But cannot wait to see Coach Shackelford. They got some key players returning.
Yeah, we saw Sincere Ford, who's just an all-world football player. He was on special teams and on defense for the Shaw Raiders, Ashton Weeks. And then also they have Kingston Long and Kingsley Long. They are two really good baseball players as well. I think that Shaw, which has hosted a home playoff game the last 2 seasons, went to the second round 2 years ago, lost to a very good Troup County team in that first round last year. But you got to think that Shaw is going to be one of the top teams in their region.
Tracy Powell, who had played for multiple state championships, played in semifinals, had one of the top programs in the state at Hardaway, stepped down, was an assistant coach for some time at Pacelli and Harris County, and finally he got that itch back again. A really bright mind and one of the best coaches we have in our area, back in the saddle at Northside, a program that won a state championship back in 2019.
Yeah.
Has a great history itself. Morgan Ingram is really the AD, excited about Coach Powell coming out of retirement and trying to get this Northside program back on top.
When you think of great players that went to Northside, you got to think of Coach Smith's former player for the Columbus Chattahoochee, Connor O'Neill, who won a state championship in 2019. But the thing, Northside, I was talking to Caden Clay during media day. He said one of his goals was to beat Harris County. Yep. I love that rivalry with American Little League, Northern Little League, having to face Harris County in District 8. I mean, how fun is that? And then they end up facing off against each other like 4 years later in high school.
Well, going back to Little League, I will say this. In the All-Star games, yeah, it mattered, but I didn't think it in my opinion, I cared more about the rivals within the league than happening outside of the league, because unless you played on a team that made it the city championship or were an all-star player, you didn't even play teams from Northern Little League or Pioneer. You cared about the rivalries within your league. But I get what you're saying, the cross-town matchups that we're getting now because of everyone moving into the 2A classification, Muskogee County, Calvary, Pacelli, and Brookstone, who we still got to talk to, all going in the same region in the GIAA. But Northside in good hands with Coach Powell. Then we have Coach Chad Mathis, who I think takes on a job that has the most pressure out of really any program because of the amount of state championships and the legendary coach Bobby Howard. He took over from him 10 years ago. He has done a great job keeping this program stable, competitive, and always competing for state championships. Now they moved down a classification to 2A.
Yeah.
I think they're every bit the favorite to win a 2A state championship with the leadership of Michael Nottleman. He talked about having a team goal. They all know about the pressure it means and all the greatness that's come before them at Columbus High, and every one of them are embracing it.
Yeah, they're 2 years removed from going to the Elite Eight. They ended up taking on a very talented Mary Persons team and took them to the wire in that Game 3. And Columbus going down to 2A. I mean, we know that Pike Road is Pike County is a team that's won a state championship in 2A, but you got to think that Columbus is the favorite in this region, especially in 2A. I'm going to be surprised to see where they're going to be ranked in that first preseason poll, because I got to think they have got to be one of the top teams in 2A.
No doubt about it. Moving on and moving forward with the other teams that we have talked so far here in high school baseball media day, Hardaway Hawks. Coach Eric Anthony was not able to be here, but Chess Owens, his pitching coach, and one of his lead assistants was, and Dante Hill and
Tristan Jackson.
I knew I was going to mess up the name. Tristan Jackson. Both of those players very well spoken. Looking forward for a Hardaway team that made the playoffs last year. They're another one of those teams moving in this 2A classification that we think big things could happen for them, and I'm excited about it. So
absolutely.
Looking forward to talk with the Hardaway Hawks. And then Russell County coach Danny Danielson. He didn't say this, but I'll say it for him. He's excited, and so are we, that the Russell Counties and the Centrals and the Smith Stations all get to play each other this year.
Oh, I can't wait.
Glenwood in the mix. So I know Coach Fanning's excited about that too, because there's been a lot of trash talking over the last 20, 30 years about who's the best baseball program. Now they get decided on the field, so can't wait to see that. I know you're excited with Coach Daniels.
Yeah, he's got a great staff. Michael Long Jr., who's a colleague of ours, is on his staff. I think that Coach Danielson, who was a Russell County player himself, along with Coach Long, he's got just an outstanding staff. They have great facilities. I kind of feel like he is getting Russell County back to that level they once were.
All right, and then finally, we just wrapped up with the new head coach of the Smith Station Panthers, Wesley Bird. And Coach Bird was a longtime assistant under Coach Ferry, and looking forward to seeing what Coach Bird's going to do with a young team. He told me he graduated 10 seniors from last year.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of talented but inexperienced young players on the team this year that he's looking forward to developing, and hopefully they'll have a great season. All right, what we got coming up next is the Central Red Devils, and we got Glenwood, Brookstone, Pacelli, and to wrap it up, Calvary here on High School Baseball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to CVCC. It's home of High School Baseball Media Day. We keep trucking along, and I'm not going to say save the best for last, but we got some top programs coming up here to wrap up and put a bow on High School Baseball Media Day, the second annual, and thank you again to CVCC for allowing us to host Baseball Media Day here. Coming up next is one of the top programs in not only the entire state of Alabama and our area, but also in the country. They were ranked nationally #1 for a long period of time last year, came just short of winning another state championship. They are led by head coach A.J. Kehoe, and we are looking forward to hearing about his program. Without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Coach Kehoe to introduce his program. Coach.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. First, I'd like to let everyone know I brought Coach Eaton with us. Johnny Eaton's been with us for about, is this your 5th year?
5th year?
Yeah, 5th year now, and it's obviously a lot of people know we lost Bart. Got the Opelika head job, so Johnny his responsibilities have increased over the last 7 months or so. So and he's always been terrific, been a big part of our varsity program. Wanted to bring him along with us. Coach Eaton last year coached first base for us and worked with our outfield. This year he's going to be in the dugout with me as the dugout coach, and he still works with our hitters and outfielders. So,
Coach Kehoe had an incredible year last year. Record just came short to win another state championship to Bob Jones, a very good team. But talk about just this expectations coming up this season. Once again, having to play a tough schedule, but what does the outlook look like for your team this year? I know you lost several players like Brody Stamp. You lost some pretty good seniors from last year's team. But what is this year's team looking like, and what are the expectations playing in the area?
Well, for us, to be perfectly honest with you, it's been an amazing last 4 years, really. In 21, we lost in the semifinals. The last 3 years in the state 7A finals, winning it in 22. As you mentioned, we lost to Bob Jones last year. During those course of 4 years, we've lost probably on average of 14 to 16 seniors a year. This year is going to be no different. We've got 14 more seniors. Some guys that have really waited patiently for their opportunity. We have to replace our entire infield, especially our middle. Our middle was very elite last year. We've got to replace them. We have 4 returning starters.
We do 4.
We've got 4 return starters, all outfielders. Which helps Johnny a little bit, makes his job a little bit easier. But we've got these young guys that have done a great job during the maturation process, and really they're ready. They've been waiting their turn. It'll be exciting to watch them in action, and we're excited for them. And then of course when you have that much turnover, probably the biggest thing that we need to address as a ball club and a program right now is just our internal leadership. And just coming off the field right now, not having a great day, that was one of the things that we talked about a little bit. The urgency that we really need to make our guys aware of some of that.
Coach Eaton, what does it mean to be on Coach Kehoe's staff, and what has he meant to you as a young and up-and-coming coach trying to fill yourself out and being under a guy like him who's got a lot of winning tradition under his belt?
It's been awesome. I've learned a tremendous amount of information since I've been here in 2020. He's allowed me to come in, and he hasn't micromanaged. He's allowed me to be my own coach. I've gotten a lot better. I owe a lot to him. He's took a chance on me, and I'm just excited to be with this program. It's a blessing, and I don't take it for granted. And I'm just this is what God has for me right now, and I'm just excited to keep the movement going.
Coach Kehoe, you play in one of the toughest areas in the state of Alabama. The last 2 seasons had to face Auburn in the semifinals, and then the year before had to face Smith Station in the semifinals. There's really no margin for error, and we know that Opelika is going to be good this year. Just talk about how tough this area is and what it means to play that tough non-area schedule, which, by the way, having to face local teams is really awesome for this community with Russell County and Glenwood. Just talk about playing those games and getting prepared for area play.
I mean, it's like you mentioned. I mean, you got to prepare yourself for it. It's not football. You're not going to get beat up. You know what I mean? our losses, you can't be afraid to take an L when, if it happens, but that's how you learn, and probably more importantly, that's how you learn to battle through adversity. It's fairly simple to go out there and just steamroll as many people as you can, but there's some big time lessons in that. Our schedule is built the way it is on purpose, like you said. I think since 7A started, maybe 9 years ago, the 7A South representative has come out of our area 8 out of those 9 years. So, or 7 out of the 9, and 1 year was COVID, they didn't have it. So, there's other very good teams in the Mobile area, but right here in our neighborhood are guys that can beat you on any given day.
Coach, what are some of the things you worked on this offseason to get you over the hump? You've come close these last 2 years. I know you want to get back to hoisting that trophy. What are things y'all worked on this offseason to make sure that could be possible this year?
Well, a lot of it, for us, and I'll let Johnny chime in on this too, maybe from a baseball perspective as well, but, man, for us, it's really about how we go about our business, on a daily basis. Today was a difficult day, not because of errors that were made, not because, maybe we walked too many people. Today was a difficult day because of some of the, just with some of the mental things that occurred, within our groups. We got a great group of guys. They're very talented. They love each other big time. Our problem right now is they don't like holding each other accountable very much. And it's real easy to find a shoulder to lean on in that dugout to help you feel sorry for yourself instead of kicking you in the rear end. So, some of that stuff during the fall is the stuff that we've implemented to try to change that a little bit. But it's a fine line, because they are a very tight-knit group. They do love each other, and they're willing to do anything for each other. They just got to be smart about it sometimes. But I'll let Johnny talk about some of the baseball parts of it too.
Yeah, I think we've put an emphasis on being present in the little things, the things that normally we've been talented enough to kind of skip over. Like this year, we've got to be better at bunting. We have to be better at base running and taking the extra 90. Just the things that they may seem kind of, boring and, repetitive in practice. Those are the things that are going to take us to the next level this year. So we're really putting the focus on playing the game the right way and just, being present in everything that we do and not just taking it for granted.
Coach Kehoe, talk about some of the returning players on this year's team.
Well, we have, like I said, we have 14 seniors. We have a lot of returning players. Obviously, Sam Brown returns at third base. He had 11 home runs last year as a junior. We have Cam Norton as a junior left-handed pitcher, was a first-team All-American, Max Preps All-American last year, and went 13-1 as a sophomore for us. And I wish I had 25 Cam Nortons, the way he goes about his business. But Cam is certainly one of them. Emery Yan, our starting center fielder, return. Him and Sam are both Gulf Coast commits. One of our critical things was replacing our middle infield. We've solidified our shortstop position right now with Brantley Rothrock. He's an enterprise commit, as well as Cooper Kehoe, behind the plate being an enterprise commit. We've got athleticism, we've got depth. We've got those guys. Briggs Cameron is another one that's getting ready to commit over the next day or two, but he's a left-handed pitcher, returning outfielder for us. We got both twins, Carter and Colin Freiberg, who we're hoping really could take a step for us this year. We're a little bit inconsistent at times last year, but have really committed and dedicated themselves to getting better. Both are very good athletes. Logan Clark out of the bullpen for us is a senior this year who, threw 36 innings out of the bullpen last year with a sub 2.5, and did a great job as a setup guy for us. So we got some really critical things in place. Did I leave anybody out?
I think that's about it.
You know, senior-wise, and we got some very talented young players. You know, we've got a 9th grader who's vying for a starting position. We actually have two 9th graders that are really pushing to start for vying to start in our middle for us. You know, one of them at least in the middle. But Carter Gillies, a switch hitting middle infielder. We've actually been working him at first base a little bit. You know, as a freshman. You know, if he can't get and earn the second base job, Bradley Bartoff's a senior first baseman that'll have a chance. So, you know, there's some depth there, and there's some guys fighting for positions over these next few weeks.
Coach, what makes Central such a special place? We talk about it all the time. Every time we get a coach up here, you win at basketball, you win at baseball, you win at softball, you flag football. Football is not really a sport you're not successful at. But does that put pressure on all of you? You see the other sports winning, that makes like, hey, we don't want to be that sport that's not winning. How is that like in that atmosphere at Central?
It's fun. It's fun to go to work. I've always told myself this as a coach, and I've been doing it for a couple of minutes. But you know, what's always been important to me is that I had an administration that was willing to support us, you know, and give us the means to develop and you know, make our players the best they can be, and we've got that. We've got administration in place and a central office in place who loves athletics and wants to be the best at it. So, yeah, there comes pressure with it, you know, but that's what makes it fun. There's pressure just playing in the area. That line's thin between staying at the house and going to the playoffs. So, you know, you got to live it and love it for sure.
Coach, last summer you got a special opportunity to be the manager of the Chattahoochee Monsters, a Sunbelt Baseball League. Was there a difference of coaching college players compared to high school? And do you want to be a manager someday?
It is difference. You know, just an age difference, a maturity difference. The guys, they just approach it differently. You're dealing with guys who are more mentally mature. They're understanding failure a little better. So it is a difference, but it's the same game. As far as being a manager one day, I would love the opportunity, but right now I'm just trying to do my best at doing the best that I am provided with right now.
Coach Kehoe, this is really a special year in your area because the two-time defending AISA champions, Glenwood, is now officially a member of the AHSAA, and you will end up playing Glenwood. This is what everybody in Phoenix City wants to see. And that surrounding area, to get that matchup finally, to get to face Coach Fanning and Glenwood, what does that mean for the Central community and just the surrounding areas to finally see this matchup?
Well, I think I mean, for me personally, I mean, it's a good thing. I think for our fans, it's probably a bigger thing. And of course, our players, a lot of our players are friends with their players, grew up with them. You know, for us, man, it's all about getting prepared for area play. You know what I mean? They've got very good players. We get an opportunity to play against them, and we're going to see how we do. And if we don't do well, we're going to make adjustments and go from there. And if we do well, we're going to try to continue on our path as well. But it'll certainly be fun for our community.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Thanks, coaches.
And that is Coach A.J. Kehoe and Coach Johnny Eaton, who's done a fabulous job with this program. We look forward to being at Central many times this year to cover all these local teams that will be playing against them. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it is time now for the Glenwood Gators here on High School Baseball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Get your girls out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of Girls Night Out.
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy, and here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia-Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible to be able to cover the 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy, and Gordy Eye Care for your support of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And then you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're
Welcome back here to High School Baseball Media Day at CVCC. Thank you to Coach AJ Keogh and the Central Red Devils, and also thank you to our sponsors, Kinetic Credit Union, Gordy Eye Care, who is also a Central great, won a state championship there. Griff Gordy and Gordy Eye Care, the official eye care of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live, and we'll keep trucking along. We got a few more programs to go, and this next program, led by Coach Tim Fanning, has won 10 state championships since he's took the helm. He's won back-to-back, and now he's got a new endeavor. He's got a new goal in place. He's going to the AHSAA, and Richard talked about they get to play teams like Central and Smith Station, so we look forward to that. And without further ado, I'm going to let him have an opening statement and introduce his guys. It is Coach Tim Fanning and the Glenwood Gators. Coach?
Opening statement. All right. To my left, Mason McCrane, Tyler Sykes, Levi Pender, Logan Henderson. Again, I just want to thank you guys for having this. It's something that's, I mean, quite honestly, I've been around here a long time, and it's never been done for baseball especially, you know. So when we started doing this a few years ago, I mean, it's really just a great opportunity to showcase what this is all about, and these great young men is what it's all about. So I just want to thank you guys for doing this, and we're looking forward to a great year. These three guys right here still playing basketball. You know, a lot of guys we play against don't have to worry about that, you know, but I'm optimistic of, you know, I want them to succeed, but I can't wait to get them out there. It's just kind of that catch-22. Miss them every day. They're not there, but I know they're doing what they've always done as three-sport guys, and that's, you know, giving back to the school. And be real easy for these three guys because they're so talented in baseball just to play baseball. But they haven't chose that path. You know, they've chose to do everything they can for Glenwood School, and I'm super proud of them for that.
Coach Fanning, with all the success that you won at the AISA, we were there to witness 2 championships in Montgomery, back-to-back years. As you go into the AHSAA, it's a 3A. I mean, you've got an area with Beulah, Dadeville, and Lee Scott. We know that the area is going to be tough, but what are you looking forward to about playing at the highest level there at the AHSAA level? And plus your non-area schedule is pretty tough to getting you ready for area play.
I mean, you know, we can dance around this all we want to, but, you know, it's awesome. You know, there's 54 years of alumni that never had this opportunity, and that weight is on my shoulders, and I take it very seriously. Not just to, you know, because we want to win all the games. It's not about that. It's about, you know, being able to represent our school in our community, and selfishly wanting to share these kids with a bigger portion of the state that's never seen them before. So now I'm old, so I've been around a long time. So what's really cool is being able to coach against some of my friends that I've never been able to do that with. You know what I mean? So there's great coaches in this area. There always has been. There's always been great talent, always been great teams, and just we've never been able to, you know, be able to play against those guys. So as far as the fans are concerned, you know, I'm sure it's way more important. Like Coach Kehoe said, you know what I mean? There'll be all kinds of, you know, whatever. But that's not really what we're focused on. We're focused on sharing with our community what type of program we have and what kind of amazing kids we have.
And that's where my next question is. Is that one of the biggest reasons for the move, is being able to showcase and be able to play local teams and showcase your your baseball program where you weren't able to do that being in the AISA these last 50 years?
Right. It had just gotten to the point in the AISA, and you know, the school had done a lot of great things, and it's just, unfortunately, the AISA is, you know, was half the size of, if it was the same size it was 30 years ago, would this have happened? Maybe not. But you know, we saw this trend, you know, several years ago, but with something this big and a decision this big, it just took a while for that to happen and for everybody to get on board. So it's not just about, you know, that. I think it's just the overall health of our school and being able to provide the best we possibly can for our student athletes. And that transition is what it was going to take.
I'm going to start with you, and we're going to go down the line with you, Mason. Just talk about what it's like to play for Coach Fanning.
I mean, it's great. It's like no other program. I mean, I've been, I was out at Russell County before, and it's different. I mean, he really comes in every day and just shows his love outside of just coaching you, and he makes you a better person in any way, and he can help you in any way, basically, you ask him for.
Oh, it's fine. You know, it's always a high standard, being able to play under his name and just ready to compete every day.
I mean, it's awesome. I'm just so grateful to be able to. I'm just so grateful to be able to, you know, come in every day, and I have excellent. You know, he has excellent leadership and guidance, and I learned so much from him. But you know, like those two others said, like just off the field too. You know, it's just amazing like no other. He's just very supportive, and you know, whatever we do.
It's great because you get to play under somebody that pushes you to be your best.
Coach Fanning, and I'm going to talk about these three guys right here. Okay, because they were leaders on the football field that went undefeated in their first season. They're undefeated in region play. They got a big win tomorrow against Lee Scott, but they're still not done. Right now, they're #1 in the region in basketball, and then they're going to play baseball. The winning has followed them. They buy into every coach, and I know you were just saying it's hard to share athletes, but when the guys are this successful at other programs, does that make them better baseball players, being successful at the other programs?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Like I said, the selfish part of me, you know, like wants them out there every single day, but that's not how our program works. It's not how our school works. It's not how we're successful in all our other sports, you know, but there is no doubt in my mind that playing all those other sports, and they gain something different from each one of those. But what they gain that's always the same is the competitive desire to win and represent the school the way it's supposed to be done. So, yeah, absolutely playing all three sports is definitely a benefit for those three once they get to the spring.
Guys, we've asked this with everyone. Team, personal goal, and it's okay if there's a team that you want to beat really bad this year, you can say that, but what's a team goal and then what's a personal goal you may have, whether it be stats, whatever you're trying to strive for this year? We'll start here and we're in with Mason.
Don't let him bait you. Anyway, go ahead.
Team would be honestly just leadership for real. I mean, obviously state championship is what you're looking for, but I mean, it's really more than a state championship if you think about it at the end of the day. And personal goal would just, I mean, like there's kids around that watch the games, and I want to try to be like something for them to look at, because I know some of them are probably looking up to me. So I mean, just being like, you know, staying focused and doing what I'm supposed to be doing and not acting a fool on the field.
Team would definitely kind of play like a family. Don't shy away when things go bad, finger pointing, all that. And personal would be, as a senior, show what it's like to be a senior for the underclassmen and how to carry on the legacy.
I think team goal is obviously I want to win an area and I want to win a state championship. And then personal goal for me is I also, because you know, being young and playing on the varsity as a sophomore, I learned a lot about my character, and that senior class taught me a lot about character. So I want to be able to help the younger guys develop, you know, character about, you know, it's not what you do just on the field, but it's what you do off the field.
Good answer, Mason.
Definitely to win state, and I'd say probably just have fun and make the most of my life season.
Coach Fanning, now that you're in the AHSAA, you don't have to travel 3 hours to go play a Morgan Academy. I'm looking at the schedule. I mean, not only are you playing all the local schools in the Phoenix City, Smith Station area, like Russell County, Central, Smith Station, those rivalries, we could finally get to see these matchups that the whole community wants to see. But you're also turning around and playing the schools in Columbus, like Northside, Columbus, going to play Harris County. Just talks about what it means just to play all these local teams and not having to travel more than 3 hours for a non-region game.
That's going to be amazing, to be honest. I mean, like, we were just talking about it on the way over here. I mean, really, besides our spring break trip, our only trip really is to Hopeful. That's just because Scott Tubbs is the coach there, and we were, had colon cancer at the same time. We're great friends, so I told him I want to come to his place, But other than that, I mean, we're talking about, 44 miles, and I mean, Steve can attest to this. I mean, that's nothing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 44 miles is our longest trip other than going to Hopeful, and I mean, that's in our, the old ASA, that's nothing. But as far as the schedule is concerned, like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm not excited about playing Columbus High and Northside and Harris County because I grew up at Jordan. You know what I mean? So being able to go to LaGrange tournament, it's a tournament I always wanted to play in when I was in high school, and we never played in. So these are things that are so exciting for me. I've got to make sure that I dial it back a little bit, and just, keep the status quo and do what we do, and that's, over the years, with the absence of being able to play certain teams in the ASA, we've traveled a lot and played a lot of big schools. So from a baseball standpoint, it's not necessarily, from a competition standpoint, that much different than what we were doing. We just had to travel a long way to do it. So being able to stay local, and not have to get back at 1 o'clock in the morning all the time and midnight and these guys having class the next day, so I mean, it is going to be refreshing to, just suit up, go play, and be home, in a decent hour. We might not have to go to Jack's every single time, huh? Right? So,
Tyler Sykes is tired of Jackson. I don't blame you, man. I had a bad experience there the other day. All right, I'm going to start with right here and then go down with the players. What does it mean to wear that Glenwood on your jersey? Over 20 state championships, 10 by Coach Fanning. You know the pressure it takes to wear the Glenwood and the Gator hat. What does it mean to you to put on that jersey?
Well, I mean, it's just coming out. I mean, it's just like any other thing, just coming out, just doing what you're supposed to be doing every day. I mean, like, I'm lost.
That's okay.
Can you come back to
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I promise you're good.
It's good because there's always a high standard, like I said earlier, and everybody's always watching what you're doing and trying to see how you'll either mess up or if you're doing good and try to feed off of that.
It means the world. I've always, since I got here in 8th grade, I've just always wanted to play under the lights at 10th Fanning Field. So there's nothing like it.
It's pretty good because when you put the uniform on, it's like you're carrying on a legacy.
That's good.
All right. All of you, we're going to start with you, and we're going to end with you, Mason. Just talk about what it means to play multiple sports at Glenwood, and how do you prepare to go from one sport to the next? Because obviously these sports, especially if you're in the playoffs, they'll go from one sport to the next, and then right now you're in the middle of basketball season as it's wrapping up. Just talk about just how to prepare to focus on one sport and then transitioning over to that other sport.
Well, this year I didn't play any other sport, but last 2 years I played football, and I mean it's pretty tough to come, just getting done with like late November with state championships and then coming to baseball practice and having tryouts. I mean it's rough, but you just gotta stay athletic and manage whatever you gotta do.
The biggest thing is using your time wisely. You always got to take time out anytime you have free time for the other sports in each part of the year.
Yeah, the transition from football to basketball is easy, but the transition from basketball to baseball is a little bit tougher because you need about a good month or two to get your arm ready, and so I'll probably start throwing some bullpens here in a couple weeks, but it's just been, I'm starting to get used to, throwing after practice, or, maybe we have time between practices. So, just getting on the schedule and doing that.
Nice.
I think the biggest thing is finding a routine in a program and sticking to it.
I love that answer.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, well, final question. We're going to start with you, and then we'll end it with you, Mason. Who's your favorite player growing up? Did you have a baseball player that you idolized when you were playing Little League?
I mean, I kind of was just like a Mike Trout kind of guy, but
There you go.
I do have some relatives in that I supported pretty good.
Trout's
I was big fan of
a
him. I
Mikey
mean,
guy.
I'm a lefty too, so me and him are a lot alike. So.
Mike Trout, nice. Levi.
Manny Machado.
Machado, love it. Tyler.
Greg Maddox.
There we go. We knew we were going with Maddox, baby.
88 on the corner. I love it. Yeah.
Nice.
I was always a Max Fried guy.
Okay. I like Max Fried. He's not playing for the Braves. Final question. Coach Fanning, you just got it, or you're about to be inducted into the Chattahoochee Valley Sports Hall of Fame. What does that mean to you? And you still, now it feels like you accomplished all you did at the AISA, but now trying to win a state championship at the AHSA, what would that mean to you as well?
Man, I'm just blessed. To be able to be in the area that I'm in, where I grew up, for someone to say that I belong in that, it's just a blessing. But all it has to do with, God's path for my life, and allowing Him to kind of steer me in a direction towards Glenwood, and to be around these amazing kids every day, great administration, great assistant coaches. And to be honest, I honestly don't feel like I've worked a day in my life since I started there. And for somebody to say I did a pretty good job at it, it's not why I do it. I do it for these young men that are here. I do it to try to set an example for kids, no matter where they come from. If they come from the South Side on welfare, and anything's possible if you trust in God's path for your life and you just keep at it. And that's my main responsibility, is to pass that on to these young men every day that I can. So it's truly an honor. And in a couple weeks, I'm sure I'm going to get tongue-tied. I'll be more emotional, on that day. But all it is a reflection of God's grace in my life. And the fact that 5 years ago I didn't know if I'd be here, and I'm sitting here today with you, it's pretty awesome. I don't take life for granted every day that I'm alive. So hopefully these boys can remember that and use that in their lives as they move on and become husbands and fathers, and hopefully leaders in this community one day. If it's not this community, another community. So thank you for asking about that. And we're just excited about the spring.
Coach, I got to let you do a shameless plug to your book. By the way, I read. It's got a lot of great stories. Serve to Lead. Go ahead and tell people where they can find that.
ServeToLead2.com.
Go ahead and throw it in there, Coach. You got to get a plug.
It's written by a coach, so it's not Shakespeare. So I think it's a good read. It's basically about my battle with cancer and my life as a coach and my life as a missionary. Traveling to all these countries and doing all that stuff. So, and if you're really old, Coach, and you don't get online, just call me. I'll get you one. That's all right. So we're all good.
All right, we got 3 teams remaining, and they are patiently waiting to get on the stage here for the 2025 Baseball Media Day live from CVCC on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Coming up next, we've got the defending GIAA state champions and the Brookstone Cougars, and they'll be back after this here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. In 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back here to Georgia Alabama Sports Live High School Baseball Media Day, and we are moving along. We got 3 more programs. Oh, and I'm about to tear up the podium. And we got coming up next the Brookstone Cougars, who are led by their coach, Greg Mathis, a longtime assistant coach, finally getting the much-deserved head coach position, and he took Brookstone to the highest pinnacle, winning a state championship game last year as one of the top programs in the area. I think when we finished our rankings between them and Glenwood, ranked number 1 and number 2 when they finished last year. He has done a great job, got a great program, and looking forward to seeing what the 2025 Cougars have in store for us. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it off to a really good man and even better leader of the Brookstone Cougars, Coach Greg Mathis. Coach?
Thank you, Thrift. I guess you just want me to tell about myself. I was head coach at Woodland, which was in the Alabama private school. Then I left there, went down to Americus, coached down there. I was a head coach down at Americus. Came back, started a business. Recession hit. I can't remember. I think it was 2007 or whatever. And then Coach Howard, who was my high school coach, got me over at Columbus. Then I went from there, went to Central. Me and Coach Kehoe coached together, and Bart Butler, Coach Howard was the head coach, so we had a really good staff over there. And then I was fortunate, Vince Massey got me on over at Brookstone, and then when he left, they offered me the job, and I took it. And since then, the first year was kind of rocky. We had a really young team, but last year we had 7 or 8 seniors, and just got hot at the right time. The end of the year, we were playing good, played pretty good all year long, but really got really hot when the playoffs came, and we lost some good guys, but we got some good guys coming back. Our schedule, these guys here, we got some great coaches in our region, got some great players. That's what I was telling you the other night at basketball game. We're playing Central, we're playing Lakeside, got a really good team. We got Columbus High, and all these guys are playing schedules. But then we got, 12 region games that are just against top-notch competition. So we're looking forward to it, and hopefully the other games can help us get ready for the region, because we feel like if we can win our region, then we have another chance to win the state. That's how tough our region is. So.
Coach, you don't mind introducing?
Yeah, I got all the way down to my right, that's Maxwell Jones, and I brought all these guys. They're all seniors, and they're all 3-year starters for us. Maxwell Jones is center fielder. He was All-State pick last year, and he's a preseason Georgia Dugout Club All-State. He plays center field. And we got Mercer Hudson, so been our catcher. He's actually been a 4-year starter. He played as a freshman. He was All-State. He's been All-State since his sophomore year. Got picked preseason All-State. And then got Will Turner. Will has been a 3-year starter at second base. Had a really huge championship game for us. Had 3 hits and then turned a double play to end the thing. And then to my left is Shanu Kim. He's a 3-year starter. Was 7-0 as a pitcher last year, left-handed pitcher. He's been, like I said, throwing for us since he was a sophomore. He's been working really hard, gained some weight, got a little more velo. And then all the way to the left is Charles Briscoe. He's been our third baseman for 3 years. Ended up hitting about .330 for us. Had a really good playoff run, and kind of turned into probably one of our best defensive players the whole time. So these are the guys I brought with me. Didn't want to leave anybody out, so I know we were supposed to bring 4, but I said I can't leave none of these guys out. They've been here with me for the whole time. So
love it, Coach.
Yeah.
Coach Mathis, you're coming into this season as the defending GIAA champions, but got some new teams that are in your region, including 2 teams from the GHSA, Tallulah Falls and Athens Academy. They are ranked top in the preseason. And Calvary Christian comes over from the Gaps after winning 6 straight titles over in the Gaps. It's going to be not only a tough region, but these teams at the top in the GIAA are regarded as top teams when they were in their earlier leagues. So just talk about just the goals and the expectations trying to defend your GIAA title this year.
Well, it's going to be tough because I'm not saying we snuck up on anybody last year, because I think everybody, knew we had a pretty good team. But I think we're going to keep seeing more teams coming to the GIAA. I mean, you know, there's just, we didn't have a big say-so with the GHSA being private schools, and I just, you know, I think Tallulah Falls and Athens Christian, which they're both great programs. I mean, Tallulah Falls got beat by Prince Avenue in the finals, and then Athens Christian is coached by Jake Westbrook, who's I think he played 12 or 13 years in the major leagues with Cardinals and pitched playoffs and World Series. So, I mean, private school baseball in Georgia, that's what I was talking to Coach Fanning about. You know, even though AISA is kind of going down, and that was the best move for them to go to AHSAA, I think GIAA for us has been a great move with all the good teams coming in. And, of course, Calvary, they've won their state championship. And like I said, Tallulah Falls is a little bit scary when you look at their roster. I mean, you pull them up. I mean, it's guys from Panama. You got guys from the Dominican Republic. It's a boarding school, so they're bringing in a lot of outside guys, and then they've got 3 quality arms coming back too. So it's not going to be a cakewalk in private school.
All right, we'll start with Maxwell. We'll go all the way down the line to Charles Briscoe. As I'm hitting the camera, I mean, I'm literally almost hitting everything. It's like I've never done media day before. But guys, talk about team goals and personal goals. Okay, what's the team goal this year? Is it going back to back, win a region, what it may be, and then what's the personal goal you have for yourself this year?
Goals, I'll definitely say going back to back. Hopefully, we can get back there and win. We lost a few good players, but we've got a lot of talent, especially up here. Very excited for that. And personal goal, just be a leader on and off the field. You know, Brookstone's a great community. We have a lot of young kids coming and watching our games, so hopefully they can just look up to all of us and hope to be on that field one day.
First thing is probably win region, and then, you know, state back to back. And then one goal would probably be being a leader this year since I'm a senior.
A team goal would definitely be to go back to back, like everyone else said. Personal goal would just be to have fun, be a good example for all the kids at Brookstone and in other schools, and just play hard every game.
I think a good team goal would be going back to back for region and state. And I think a personal goal for me is just to be a good leader for all the underclassmen and everybody else, like the younger kids that come to watch our games.
Team goal for me would be to get back to back and win region again. And personal goal would just be give it my all since it's my last season, and to be a good leader.
Coach Mathis, you built something special here at Brookstone. We've seen players like Taft Middleton and Cole Stanzel, Madden Dispute go on to play at the next level. What does that mean to watch the players that you have developed here at Brookstone to go play college ball at the next level?
Well, you know, those guys, it's really just a reflection on the school and you know, baseball is not really like football. I mean, I tell these guys all the time, but it's changed this year. But for those guys, you have to have good grades. You know, they were limited on scholarships. Of course, everything's changed now. I won't get into that. But, you know, those guys were not just good athletes. They were good students. I mean, these guys all had 4-something GPAs. I didn't even know. I think Cole Stancil had a 4.6. I didn't know you could go over 4 when I first got to Brookstone, but he had 4.6 GPAs. So, you know, he had a lot of schools talking to him because they were going to get him for free. He had so much academic money, but it's good to watch them. But it's like these guys said, you know, when we have camps and stuff, the little kids like to get out there, and I tell these guys all the time, they don't realize those little guys, they look at them like heroes. And so they're doing a good job of representing themselves, and that's what those guys did. But you know, we've got these guys, and then we got some young guys that we've brought through there. Brendan Neal and Ben Ivy are both 2 guys that we're looking on, and then we got some other guys. You know, every year these other coaches know that you know, you got to fill gaps, and it's going to be, we're going to see who's going to step up. You know, who's going to fill their shoes. That's old George Jones country song, but. Somebody's got to fill their shoes, and we're going to see who it is, and it's going to start, you know, in February. Well, it starts tomorrow, but we'll see.
Well, I need ready to get back on the field, Coach. What does it mean to play for Coach Mathis, who has taken this program to a state championship level? It was a good program, But now Coach Math is taken into one of the top programs in our area. What does it mean to play for him and the coaching staff? Max, we'll start with you. We'll go all the way down the line.
It's a huge honor. I mean, he's a great man, great leader and mentor. I mean, he knows everything about baseball, but I mean, you can go and talk to him about anything from school, just to personal life. I mean, it's just a huge honor.
I mean, Coach Mathis, he has a lot of history with baseball around this town. And if you always need something, you can text him. He's always there for you. That's what I like about Coach Mathis.
Yeah. I mean, it's really been a blessing to play for him. He's a pretty chill guy, but yeah.
You don't want to fire him up.
Yeah, he can get fired up. But he always has a funny story or some quote, and he really brings up the morale of the team.
I think it's a lot of fun. Practices are always like a lot of fun. Always keep us engaged, and yeah, as Will said, a lot of funny stories, a lot of funny quotes. So,
love it.
Just like I've known Coach Mathis my whole life, and then he's been coaching baseball for so long. So there's just so much to learn from him. So it's just an honor to play for him.
Maxwell, did you have we're going to start with you, Maxwell, and then we'll go down the line. Did you have a favorite baseball player growing up, or did you have a baseball player that you mimicked?
I'm a Braves fan, so I'll have to say Chipper Jones.
Good answer, yes.
Chip. Marcy.
Will Smith.
Catcher for the Dodgers. Yep. Like him.
I like Brandon Phillips. He played for the Braves a little bit, and the Reds. He played second base a lot. He's really good with the glove, so he's a pretty good guy to look up to.
I always looked up to Clayton Kershaw. I always tried to pitch like him when I was younger. So
that's a good goal, man.
I like Andrelton Simmons. He's just really good defensively. Made a bunch of highlight plays on the field, so I liked him.
Former Brave too.
Former Brave.
All right, Richard.
All right, Coach Mathis, I'm looking up down this schedule. Obviously, with the GIAA, got another rival in your region. I mean, we know about the rivalry with Pacelli, but now Calvary Christian is going to end up being a rival, and you can't not forget Strong Rock and Westfield School. These are going to be some tough opponents that could end up spoiling maybe a seeding in the playoffs. But what is it like to play a tough schedule, to get ready for tough opponents, especially in this region in the GIAA, which is one of the top regions in the state?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, our league just keeps getting bigger and better, expanding, and I think we'll probably pick up some teams. But Calvary, their record speaks for themselves. Pacelli also, this thing that people don't understand is the good coaches we have in this area. I mean, so players, yeah, but we got some guys that are really good coaches and do a great job preparing. To play us. They probably know our team as much as I do as far as the scouting. You'll see these guys all over town looking at other games, and it's just a great baseball community, and it's going to be tough. But, I can truly say whatever team comes out on top in our region is probably going to be in the hunt for the state championship of GIAA.
I think that's a good point, Coach.
Yeah.
And you also watch Georgia Sports Live, watching each other. You got to take advantage of it, Coach, don't you? And Glenn Smith Chevrolet. You know you're going to see that, too. And Buffalo Rock Pepsi. You see that right there on there, too, Coach. Don't forget them now.
I like Pepsi, but it's Pepsi Zero.
There we go.
Zero.
Coach, I got to bring up the fact that you got a legendary guy on your staff. I know it's a big deal. We made news about it last year. Bobby Howard joining you. What does that mean to have him on your coaching staff?
Well, I thought you were talking about Nate McConnell, but yeah, Bobby Howard, Coach Howard. I don't ever call him Bobby because he was my high school coach. So, it's just been really great. Coach Howard, he did football also, so he got to know a lot of these guys that played football, and he's a blessing to have around. I look at it, it's almost people were asking me about getting caught up in the head coach, assistant coach. Oh, God, you got Coach Howard now. Does that make you uncomfortable? No, he coached me, then I worked for him. Now he's working with me, and it's kind of like the Ryan Day, Chip Kelly thing. I saw that the other day they were talking about that Ryan Day played for him at New Hampshire, and then he started coaching, and now Chip Kelly's coaching with him. I don't really think it matters. Just with me and Coach Howard, it doesn't really matter who's the head coach, who's doing what, as long as we're both in the dugout together and getting to be around each other and throw ideas off the wall. So yeah, but it's great to have him. I think these guys enjoy him. He's got better stories than I do, actually. So.
Maxwell, we're going to start with you, and we're going to go down the line. What does it mean this season, playing in the GIAA as defending GIAA champions, to have that target on your back, knowing that these teams in the GIAA are going to give them their best shot against you?
I mean, it's cool. It's exciting. Hopefully we'll do the same thing we did last year, but, I mean, it's nothing crazy, I guess. I mean, we're definitely competition and excited for it.
It was fun last year with all that, but we're gonna have to fill in shoes like what he said. You know, top 4 of our guys left, and we're gonna have to find 4 more to fill in those shoes in our lineup.
I mean, it was really competitive last year with FPD, but really I'm just looking forward to region, just playing Pacelli and Calvary. You know, it's like a more intense game. It's just a lot different playing those 2 schools in Columbus.
I think it's going to be a lot of pressure this year, but I think it'll be a lot of fun with the more competition that we have. So I think it'll be a good time.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure since we won state last year, but I think we're ready for it. We're just going to have to take some steps and try hard every single game.
All right, thanks, guys.
That is Coach Greg Mathis and his Brookstone Cougars. They're trying to go back-to-back, and they have all the power and the ability to do that. We look forward to getting them many times here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live this year. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's their rival, Pacelli, coming up next, and then we'll end it with Calvary. It's High School Baseball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
At Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs. Discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox. The compact SUV with high-tech features. Discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles. On the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety, discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
Even though I'm away at college, Kinetic Credit Union is still the best way for me to stay connected here and at home. With the Kinetic mobile app, I have control of my accounts wherever I go. I can easily transfer money between internal and external accounts, get money faster by setting up recurring transfers, and I can find the nearest ATM or branch right from my phone. Plus, I can add my Kinetic cards to my phone's digital wallet and enjoy quick, secure, contactless payments. By the way, Mom, I need some more money.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Welcome back to the 2025 Baseball Media Day live here at CVCC here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. 2 more schools to go, and the next school has got a brand new coach, and you probably are familiar with the last name. It's the new coach, Case Rasmus, and he's had a lot of history. You know, his father, Coach Tony Rasmus, coached in this area. His 2 brothers played in the majors, Colby and Corey Rasmus. He was drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals in 2011. Just a lot of baseball knowledge in that family, and he's taken over the realms of the new baseball coach at St.Anne Pacelli. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it to Coach Rasmus, and he's going to introduce himself and his players. Go ahead, Coach.
Hello, thank you for having me. Very much appreciate you guys putting this on today. We're very excited about being here and bringing notoriety to our area and the players around here. To my right here, I have freshman Jacob Vilos. going to play some infield for us this year. Excited about that. We have senior Connor Zitrar, going to play some infield for us as well. To my left, junior Billy Smith, looking for him to get us some big wins on the mound this year. And then to my left here, senior Austin Dennison, pitcher, first baseman, going to be a big arm for us and big bat for us this year as well.
Coach, last year, your top pitcher, Walker Hilton, Omar Kimbrough, your top hitter. They have gone on to play at the next level. You're coming in as the new head coach, but you're having to replace 2 starters where the bulk of the offense. Just talk about like what the process of trying to get the young players to get that productivity back for this upcoming season.
Well, I think we have a lot of experience up here. Maybe not necessarily some in more high school, some in say in travel ball and things like that. So we have a ton of experience. Maybe not necessarily in the high school ranks, but we're very excited about the work we've put in. We've been working hard since I got the job. I think it was in August is when I took over. And so since then, obviously, Coach Thomas has built these boys up to do really well and prepare for this situation. And so following behind Coach Thomas and building upon what he's done, as well as Coach Howard before him, the program is definitely in very good hands. And so I think these boys are ready. They're chomping at the bit to get going. And so we're very excited about, seeing what they can do on the field.
When you hear Rasmus in this area, you obviously think baseball, what that your last name means. But you, coaching, where did that come in? I mean, obviously playing was a big thing, but do you give credit to your dad, or is that something that you kind of filled out on your own that you want to take in on this coaching realm?
Well, being a part of baseball, the whole live, eat, sleep thing, our whole life pretty much, and coming from my dad, and obviously baseball has always been a passion of his, and it's kind of been the same thing for our family ever since then. So I figured at some point coaching would be something that I would get into. And I've coached, on and off since 2014. I started a baseball program here locally, and I've been, around a little bit, and I work with my dad some. I work with Coach Thomas a little bit at CV, as well as coach at Southern Union some. And so, I feel like on line with Coach Fanning said earlier, I feel like I don't have to work doing this job because I feel like it's just something that I've always wanted to do. I love baseball and being a part of it. And I have a hard time wanting to grow up. So, being here and being with the fellas here, it's always fun for me, getting this opportunity to help them and achieve their goals and dreams. And so, our family's done a lot in this area, and we're very, at some point, the wins and losses kind of fade away, but the relationships are very important, and so that's my goal, is to help these boys to, have their, their best years they can possibly have and achieve whatever their goals are. But most importantly, baseball at some point is going to be over with in some fashion. So just really focus on the relationships and the teammates, and I think if we can do that, I think good things will happen regardless of the outcome in the games. Yeah.
Coach Rasmus, we've seen a lot of success with Pacelli Athletics in the GIAA, multiple state championships. Obviously, the goal is to win a state championship, but this past couple of years, Pacelli has been close. They've been in the playoffs, but just talk about just what it's going to take to get Pacelli to that level where they could be on par with the basketball teams, the volleyball team that we've seen state championships at the GIAA with other Pacelli sports.
Well, definitely since being a part of Pacelli, I feel like every other day I look on Facebook, I see we won another state championship and something. So definitely every week I feel like more pressure gets built up. But, in all reality, it's just a matter of just showing up and getting the work in and getting after it like all the coaches before us. So we got a ton of incredible coaches that are in this area that are helping their kids and building upon, their kids' talents. I'm excited to be a part of that group, and hopefully to push us over the top as well. But it all comes down to these kids, and they've shown up to workouts and the little bit of baseball that we can do so far to this point. And so at the end of the day, it all comes down to the ball rolling your way. And you need a little bit of luck, you need some hard work, and a lot of good things to go that way. And so we hope that we're on the winning side of that. But if you watch baseball or any type of sports, sometimes things don't go your way, sometimes they do. And we've worked hard, so I think from a work standpoint, we've done everything we can to this point. We just got to keep doing that.
All right, we'll start with Jacob and go all the way down the line. What's a team goal and a personal goal you have for yourself this year? Go ahead, Jake.
I think a team goal would be to win the region, make it to the next step in the state championship and all that. And a personal goal would be to step up as a young guy, follow his lead and all the other guys over there, be a backup as a leader.
Awesome. Same for you.
All right, so team goal this year is obviously just to go out there, compete day in, day out, no matter who we're playing. Just go out there, do our best, and come out on top, and hopefully, be holding up that trophy at the end of the day. And as a personal goal, just stay healthy, do my best as a senior to lead these younger guys. Our younger guys are going to be a key factor of this team. It's our job as upperclassmen to just show them the right way. And I mean, we got Jacob right here, who's literally the best infielder in Columbus. I don't know if y'all know he's a freshman, but I mean, for us, just as older guys, I mean, we just got to be the right example for these kids because they're going to be the future of our program, and that's what matters most to us. It's not always about what happens now, but as the future as well.
Great answer, man.
Yeah, so a team goal, obviously win the region, make it to the state championship. We can definitely do that with the guys we have. You know, we've been working, and you know, a goal for me, you know, every time I go out on the mound, just put us in the best position we can win.
I guess the team goal would beat all of our rivals. You know, I think that's just a big thing, you know, in the Columbus area. No matter who we play, whether it's Calvary or Brookstone, it's always a rival. And, you know, those games, everyone gets very amped up for it, but, I mean, rightfully so. An individual goal would probably be, you know, all-state or even playing at the next level, you know, whatever it is.
We're going to start with you. We're going to go down the line. What's a baseball player that you grew up idolizing? Was there a favorite player that you had that you mimicked when you were playing?
Yeah, Francisco Lindor. I mean,
that's a good one.
The way he was in the infield, the way he could bat switch-handed, I mean, he just inspired me. You know, as a young kid, I looked up to him really much.
I've always been a big Austin Riley guy. I've loved him ever since he's been in Atlanta. Just an amazing guy on and off the field, and just seeing through the years what he's done, you know, for just the Atlanta Braves fan base has just been awesome, and I love to imitate his game.
I'm a big guy on Spencer Strider. I know he was hurt last year, but every time he's been out, you know, just big dominant arm, you know, ready to go out and help his team.
Probably Bryce Harper. I mean, he's one of the biggest competitors in the MLB, so it's just something that I have to look at.
Coach, what are some of the things you worked on to help lay a foundation with your program? And do you feel like your guys are ready to take the field tomorrow for first time for practice?
I think so. I mean, a big thing we've done is we implemented the weight room early on and got on throwing and just, you know, hitting, you know, obviously being limited. But, you know, just showing up every day and not trying to, you know, obviously it's a big deal, and I remember playing in high school. I try not to forget the feelings and the emotions of playing. But like I said, realize and just enjoy the moment, enjoy where you're at. I heard a great sermon the other day talking about just really focusing on where your feet are at, you know, and that's where you should really focus on being. Don't worry too much about next year and a month from now, just focus on one day at a time. We're really excited about tomorrow, being able to get out there and do more on the field, you know, and not really seeing our guys play a whole lot, just getting to see what they can do and how they compete, you know, and we've worked really hard, and I'm just like I said, very excited to get on the field and see what they can do.
Coach, I was looking at the schedule, and I was really excited that you have an opportunity to face your dad, as you will play Lakeside School a couple of times. What is that going to mean to you to end up facing your dad in a baseball game?
It's interesting for sure, you know. And so I look up to my dad. He's, you know, he's my hero. You know, he's done a lot of good things in his life, and I'm very excited about getting the opportunity to play him. I'll say he typically down talks anything he ever does, usually in spurts, and so. But he's been pretty confident about this group, so I'm really excited to get out there and. You know, the last time we've done much competitively was a ping pong game, and I beat him pretty good. So I'm feeling that everything's on my side. I think I'm just going to keep that trend going.
Love that, Coach. All right, we're going to start with the players again. This year, now you know what? I just lost my train of thought. This is the second time I've done that. So go ahead, Richard.
Well, I'm going to start with you, Jacob. What does it mean to wear that Pacelli uniform? To put on the uniform and be a Pacelli Viking and being able to just be out there on the diamond and represent Pacelli athletics?
I mean, it means everything. It all started last year as I got a chance to play varsity baseball as an 8th grader. I mean the teachers to coaching staff to AD, it's all one package. Like, they all try to help you to strive to be your best.
Well, I think it's amazing. I always love how we've always been rooted in Christ, especially under Coach Rasmus. You know, we do prayers day in and day out, and one verse as a team we love to focus on is John 13:7. You may not realize now, but you'll understand later. And we try to take that day in and day out, whether it's in the weight room and on the field, just trusting the process day in, day out, keep putting in the work because we trust him and I know he trusts us. So as long as we can just keep it up both sides, I think we're going to have a great year this year.
Yeah, no, it's everything to me. You know, I've been coming here since 8th grade. You know, I've been blessed enough to have been here so far. And, you know, everybody here has just been nothing but amazing. You know, teachers, coaches, and everybody, you know, just making me feel like the best person I can be every day.
I think it's great. You know, I transferred after middle school to Columbus High, and I ended up coming back my sophomore year. just because of the community that, they bring. But I think it's even bigger to play under a name like Rasmus. I think that that's something that, is very special, especially here in the community.
That's a great answer, man. Why is Pacelli the place you wanted to dig your feet in and take over this program? Why is it special?
I love being a part of, like he said, bringing up scripture and Bible verses and things like that is definitely very important. Billy here's a peer ministry leader. Awesome. That's a pretty awesome thing, and so the staff, the administration at Pacelli has been phenomenal from day one. Our athletic director, Coach Calvin Thomas, has done a phenomenal job. Our principal, obviously a big part of our program, Mr. Roger Beck. We enjoy the people that help support our program and support what we have going on. It's been great. The parents have been great. It's been phenomenal. Like I said, just being able to try to instill the good, godly, and Christian values that we are supposed to are important on a day in and day out basis, and it's a struggle day in and day out because as humans we have a sinful nature and we struggle day in and day out. But it is awesome to be able to talk openly about Christ, and what He did for us on the cross and those types of things. Like I said, as well as having leaders and I've talked before about say David and Goliath, and that's why I taught Velos down here. Does a really good job in the weight room and the field leading. And it's been a work in progress sometimes. He's had his moments, but like you said, from the older guys we have to the younger guys, it's been phenomenal. The admin has been great. The school is great. The facilities are great, and I'm really excited about getting out there and getting after it. Like I said, the local programs here. I'm very excited about the honor and the opportunity to follow in Coach Thomas's footsteps and hopefully get us to a state championship.
I gotta ask this final question. The Beck Center, how big of it is it to have a facility like that, just in case it rains or whatever it may be, that you have access to the Beck Center to practice whenever you want?
Well, being around a lot of different levels of baseball, JUCO, high school, Division I, pro ball and whatnot, it's an incredible facility to have at any level of baseball. And so having that and having Coach Beck's support has been incredible, and the Beck Center has been phenomenal on a number of fronts for sure.
Thank you, Coach Rasmus and the Pacelli Vikings. More school left. It is the 6-time defending GAPS champion, the Calvary Christian Knights. So we're going to take a break. Don't go anywhere. We got Coach Steve Smith and the Calvary Knights coming up here on the 2025 Baseball Media Day live here at CVCC here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
My name is Quintia Perry, and this is my CVCC story. I've graduated from CVCC with my associates in medical assistant, and I received my certification from CVCC. The training that I got from CVC and being prepared to come and do clinicals helped tremendously. I started looking at scholarships, and the Ambassador Scholarship was interesting to me because you did an event to earn your scholarship and you meet people. I would recommend CVCC to anyone that asks because of the scholarships, the teachers, the small stuff that you can't get at a university.
Get your girls out this summer with Pepsi, the official beverage of Girls' Night Out.
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Welcome back here. It is time for the closing team. And he probably would say the best for last, who is, as Richard said, a 6-time defending state champion, but taking on a new league this year in the GIAA. But before we go to them, I want to say thank you again to CVCC for allowing us to host Baseball Media Day. It has been fantastic. Awesome facilities here in Key Hall Gymnasium. We appreciate Ashley Landy. She doesn't like getting the limelight, but she's been up here all day opening up the facility. Thank you to Dean Taylor, and thank you to everyone at CVCC for allowing us to be the home for CVCC Athletics. They got a big game tomorrow night against Snead State. That's the number number 1 team in the boys, number 2 team in the girls. You're going to want to watch it on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, or just come over here and see the great facility and have a fun time watching them play basketball. As I mentioned, Calvary Christian Knights are here. Good friend of mine, Steve Smith, who has done wonders for growing the sport of baseball and the coverage around here and believing in Georgia Alabama Sports Live. He has a program that's one of the tops, but he's got a new endeavor, and we look forward to hearing from him. So without further ado, I'll throw it over to Coach Steve Smith and the Calvary Christian Knights to close out Baseball Media Day. Coach.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Thrift. Thank you to CVCC again. Just want to kind of echo that, allowing us to be able to do this here. And then obviously to Georgia Alabama Sports Live. This is something that we've really needed, and being able to do this last year for sure, and then being able to build off of it this year, I think has been great. Gives us an opportunity to highlight our programs and obviously the individual athletes in the area. So for today, we've got Jackson Kennedy. Jackson is a junior catcher, and hopefully will be able to help us on the mound this year as well. Tommy Irving, one of our infielders, also last year played center field, and it will be one of our top arms this year for us. Bryson Brooks, also a senior and an outfielder and one of our big bats. And Cam Houston, another senior, has been our starting shortstop last year and has been a starter for the last few years. So we're glad to have all 4 of these guys here today.
Coach Smith, you won 6 state championships in the Gaps. 7 if you count the year of COVID, probably would have won that. I know they canceled the entire season. But now you got a big challenge. I actually thought last year, just the fact that you had to go on the road to beat a Rock Springs team and beat the Keens Academy to capture your 6th title. But what is the challenge going to be now in the GIAA? We mentioned the defending champions, Brookstone, but you also have Tallulah Falls and Athens Christian coming over from the GHSA. More teams are coming into the GIAA. So what are you looking forward to about that challenge of trying to win a championship in the GIAA?
Yeah, I mean, we're excited just the opportunity to play. The overall competition inside the league is really going to push us, so we're excited about that. Obviously, when you look at your 2 rival schools in Columbus and having 3 schools in the same region, I think that's going to just add a lot locally. So we're excited to have the opportunity to do that. But really, just the path to a state championship is going to be great. I mean, there's just a ton of talent up and down inside of 4A, inside of GIA. Obviously, you heard Coach Mathis talk earlier, and just some of the new additions inside 4A. So just getting an opportunity to really have our guys be tested. For us, we've always prided ourselves on the type of schedule that we made, and so this year we tried to even increase that just a little bit more, again, just to be able to prepare us for region play. So we're excited for the new opportunity. It's something that we've been wanting to do for probably the last 5 to 7 years, is to really be able to kind of push ourselves inside of a tougher league.
Coach, at Central, at Northside, you got at Glenwood, at Russell County, you play Lakeside at home, you're playing a tough non-conference schedule, and you're already in a tough region. Why do you do this? And the same thing that Coach Kehoe, Coach Fanning, you all want to schedule these tough games. I guess wins and losses early on doesn't really matter as much as it is getting better towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get wrapped up in wins and losses. And even last year I mentioned about, the goal. We don't set the goal as we're trying to win a state championship. We're trying to get the most out of our team, and wherever that ends up being, it's typically going to put you in a good position to be able to compete in a postseason. That's our focus. And so how do you do that? Well, you have to be tested throughout the year. I remember early on in my coaching career playing some teams that had some really strong records, but they hadn't been tested. They'd win, be a 25-2 team, and you go and play them, punch them in the mouth, and they didn't really know how to respond. You don't ever want to be that team. And in a strong region, you better really prepare going into that. You don't want your toughest games to be going into the region and the first time you really kind of get tested. So especially, I think even more so this year than any other year, really felt like we needed to push that. So our first 8 games, even adding in with what you just said, we played Northside First 3 games is Lakeside, Central that night. We play Northside, then we roll into Glenwood, who's going to be another strong team again in the state of Alabama. Holtville, Russell County, Pike Road, and I think back to Lakeside, and I think that's our first 8 games. So we'll know a lot about ourselves. The goal is always to be playing your best baseball in the back third of the season. And so that comes from being battle tested early on in the year. We've been one of the most consistent teams in the state of Georgia. We've won 24 or more games, and in Georgia that's a big deal. You only can play 30. So we've won 24 or more for 11 straight years, and and you really want to be tested on that and not necessarily look at what the win total is, but are you being tested and are you getting the most out of your team? So that's really what I'm looking forward to, is after those first 8 games, kind of where are we at? What do we learn about ourselves? Where's some of our weaknesses? And then how do we go about addressing that as we go through the middle part of the season?
Coach Smith, clearly you've been a great developer of talent, getting your players like Bailey Thorne, Noah Strickland, Joel Cordell to play at the next level. But you've also managed collegiate players as well, being the manager of the Chattahoochee. Just talk about just that growth from building that bond with your team and getting them to be better so they could be prepared to play at the next level.
Yeah, so, one of the things that, as a coach, that you're always trying to do is what is a kid's dream and aspiration to do, not only at the high school level, but possibly be able to do it after that. We've had 40 guys that have gone on to play at the next level over the last 11 years, and having them be able to go on and be able to have success, or really just to be able to go and have that experience, because that was their goal. That's a big part of really the development process, and development is not linear. So we've had guys that have not been contributors for us in their freshman, sophomore, and even some of them in their junior year, but that development has been consistent, and it's gotten them to a point where they were prepared to go and play at the next level, even though they may not had started for us. We've had guys that hadn't started for us even in their senior year and ended up going on and playing at the next level. We take a lot of pride in the development, and that comes from being consistent. I heard one of the coaches talk about it earlier, is really having a process. So we try to lay that out for them. When we come into school in August, we've got it laid out for them 5 to 6 days a week. We're going to lift. They're going to do their throwing on their own. And then a lot of it is on whatever they're doing outside of that as well, where these guys specifically, they take that personal for themselves. So there's a ton that they do off on their own, whether it's hitting, whether it's working on things if they're a pitcher. But really, the work that you put in the weight room, you can't avoid that. That's the biggest thing at the high school level. Guys typically are not physical enough. They don't put enough time and energy into that, and we really try to set that up for them to be able to address that to make them the best athletes they can possibly be.
All right, we're going to start with you and go down. Team personal goal. He made mention. I know state championship is what you want to win those, but what's the overarching team goal, and what's the personal goal you may have? Would it be at the next level, a stat you want to try to accomplish, or be a better leader? We'll start with you and go down the line to Cam.
I'll definitely say team goal would be winning region. It's the first time in this region, but we've played these teams before. Region, and then state championship, and then personal goal, I would say it's my first year being like a true starter. Last year I was more of a role player, so I would say being a leader and helping others get better throughout the season.
Tommy?
I would say the team goal is growing closer together with my peers, because it's our last year together. It's going to be the best memories of our lives. So, and a personal goal would just be to play at the next level and be a leader for the team this year.
That's a good goal. Bryson?
All right, for a team, I feel like if we play as a team, all for it, we'll win a lot of games, and I really feel that we'll win state. And personal, I just want to be consistent from the first game and play at the next level.
Yeah.
My team goes a lot like Bryson's. I think we don't have a lot of big guys. We're not a small team, but we don't have the size that we usually have. So if we don't play as a team and we try to get selfish, we're probably not going to be successful. So my team goal is just going to be do your job, don't try to get too selfish. And my personal goal is going to be to be a great example for, the young kids on the team. We've got a lot of young guys. The middle school, we're around the middle school guys a lot. I've got a younger brother in 9th grade on the team. Just be a good example in everything I do and work hard for those guys.
Jackson, we're going to start with you. We're going to finish with you, Cam. Was there a baseball player that you grew up idolizing, or was there a baseball player that you mimicked your game around?
I would definitely say growing up, I was a Braves fan, and when I was younger, I wasn't a catcher. But growing up, I would definitely say Freddie Freeman.
Freddie, nice. Tommy.
My favorite player was Dustin Pedroia. I was always undersized when I was younger, and he was just about as small as you can get playing the field, and he won an MVP. So it's
great second.
Yeah, and your head coach is also a huge Red Sox fan, so it's
smart.
Yeah. No wonder you like Tommy so much, right?
I'll have to say Mookie Betts.
Okay, like it, Cam.
I like Andrelton Simmons. The pride he takes in his defense, having a good glove is hard to take you off the field. So, Braves fan also.
Yep, that's a good one, man. All right, well, sticking with the players, that Calvary on your chest. Coach Smith has built this up where it's a pride thing now. You walk around in the city or with your colleagues from other schools knowing you're one of the best programs in the area. What does it mean to play for the Knights and for Coach Smith?
I feel like a lot of people, they just see from the outside like how much we win. But I feel like people don't really see the inside. Like it's more than just baseball. At Calvary, everything's a family. Like a lot of teams, there's like different friend groups inside of a team. But I feel like at Calvary, everything's together. You just grow. When you grow spiritually, it's more important than like state championships.
I think it means everything. Playing with this team is a lot of fun. Just baseball and off the field stuff is just the best time you can have. Building the friendships. Great.
I would probably have to say it's even before like we put on our jersey like on the off season, like just seeing how close we are. Just like it's just the best part. Like you used to go to Central, and I feel like everyone was doing their own thing, but when I came to Calvary, everyone's just one big group, and that's what I like. That's what I like about Calvary.
It definitely means a lot to me. I've been around Calvary for a long time, since I was like 10. My cousin's been playing varsity. He played varsity ball. He graduated in 21, so I was around in the dugout, chilling with the guys. So being able to see like the community those guys have and try to recreate it with the guys now, it definitely means a lot.
Coaches, two-part question. This is for the younger coaches out there, how you don't just turn a program around in 1 year. It just doesn't happen like that. So this is for the admin and the coaches out there, how it took you time to build this program to get the respect you're getting now. And then the second part of the question with Calvary, like what does it mean to you to be the head coach here? Why do you call this place home? And I know you've gotten other opportunities out there coming knocking, but you still stay grounded at Calvary. Why is that?
So, first question, really it comes down to being consistent, having a plan, being consistent. There's going to be, especially early on in a coaching career, there's a lot of failure, there's a lot of frustrations. One of the things I try to advise young coaches all the time is, what is your why? What is the reason why you coach? And that answer will help you get through some of the frustrations. There's going to be frustrations sometimes with administration, and we've got an extremely supportive administration, but there's inevitably going to be some frustrations at different times. There's going to be frustrations sometimes with players. They're going to make some poor decisions, and how do you help them navigate through that? You may even have some conflict at times with coaches, or have conflict with parents, and how do you do that? If you're coming from the standpoint of ultimately we're trying to reach these guys and the young men that are in our program, and to help them be great dads and be great husbands, and really to understand what it means to have a relationship with God, when that's your why, you can kind of look past some of those frustrations. But from the baseball side, it's really about consistency, having a plan, and then really being able to execute it on a consistent basis and being a constant learner. That's one of the things that I constantly try to do, is how can I improve on what I did from the year before? What can our coaching staff do to build upon the previous year? If you ever get to a point where you think you've got it, then you're in trouble. And so I would just say, as a young coach, be hungry for it, continue to learn. Why Calvary? In my mind, it's just a different atmosphere. I love it. Just the atmosphere of the school. the kids, and then ultimately, obviously, what we do is the culture that we have. It's different. I've been around baseball a long time, and the culture that we have is very, very intentional. I love being a part of it. I feel like during my time here for the last 12 years, it's been just an exceptional blessing for me, blessing for my family. I've had 2 boys that have come through the program. I've got a nephew that's in the middle school program now. But being able to really, and one of the coaches mentioned it earlier, it's the relationships. I still talk to my alumni guys. There's nothing better than getting a text message or a call from alumni, either if they've got some milestone that they hit, or there's a life thing that's going on with them, or even the tough phone calls where they're struggling with something and they just want to bounce something off you, or they need help with something. I mean, it's the relationship. So the championships are great. The wins are great. I can go and look at the championship rings in my office, but that's not why I coach. It's the relationships with these young men, and being able to go through that grind and how that forges those relationships. That's why I coach at Calvary.
Jackson, finish with you, Cam. What does it mean to now finally have this rivalry in town with Pacelli and Brookstone being in the same region, all 3 teams together, and just those battles that we're going to end up seeing against these other 2 talented teams in the GIAA?
I'm looking forward to it every year. We always talk about, this is the team we want to beat, and I think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I think it's a great feeling. Playing competitions, the most fun you'll have on the field, at least, and I think we're going to beat them great.
It's just exciting because, growing up against those guys, playing against them when we're younger now, playing against them high school only, it's just fun because those are things you think about weeks ahead, we're going to play Brookstone, we're going to play Pacelli. It's just exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look forward to because, these guys, we've been playing these guys our high school careers, some of these guys little league, middle school. Walking in here, seeing some of these guys, I haven't seen them in a minute, but playing against them definitely is great. Beating them's better, but, you can't win them all, but we're going to play our hearts out.
Coach, this has kind of put a bow for the high school baseball media day. There's a lot of great teams, man, a lot of great programs from Central to Glenwood. Smith Station's been good. Brookstone, yourself, won state championships last year. Jordan, up and coming. We know about the history of Columbus. Baseball is a dominant sport in this area, and you're seeing it now. All of y'all get to play each other, it seems like, this year. How excited are you as just a fan to be able to see all these matchups? And we're probably going to get a lot of them on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Yeah, I love it. As a baseball fan, it's always been one of those things that I enjoy. Once I first started coaching, I go around and watch games all the time. People probably think I'm out there recruiting or trying to take a player, but I just love baseball. So when I get an opportunity to catch a really good game or a good matchup that's out there, I typically try to go in and watch that. Coach Mathis mentioned it earlier. There's just a lot of really good coaches in this area. And you look at the history of baseball in this area. Obviously, Coach Howard's not a head coach anymore, but the history over at Columbus High School, Coach Rasmus over at Russell County, and really just you got CVCC here, you've got Columbus State. You've got several guys that have gone on to play at the professional levels, Major League Hall of Famer, and then guys even like a Tim Hudson. But baseball in this area is really good. It's a lot of fun to watch. And then whenever we get an opportunity to play each other, it just, I think, again, the community enjoys being able to see these exciting matchups. I loved hearing some of the schedules that some of these coaches were talking about today, and just kind of seeing some of the crossover, maybe some of the matchups that we've not been able to see in the past. One of my goals has always been for this area is to really see a lot of those teams play each other. That's why we try to reach out to teams every year and try to play all the local teams, just because I think it's good for the area. And even as I think Coach Chad Mathis mentioned earlier on, when you've got the opportunity to play good quality competition in a 15-mile, 20-mile radius, why would you, have to go, 2 hours away to play it when you can play it in this area? So I think that's going to be exciting for this year, and obviously what you guys do, I think, highlights that. And I think it brings more attention to it. So I think it's going to be an exciting year.
Coach Smith, my final question to you is that you have had a footprint on some of these young up-and-coming coaches, whether they played for you with the Columbus Chattahoochee like Brian Trepanier, who's now a pitching coach on your staff, or Michael Long Jr., who was the Carver baseball coach, also on your staff with the Chattahoochee, now over at Russell County. Just talk about just mentoring these young coaches that are trying to one day become a manager, a head coach at the high school level, and just talk about just your footprint that you already laid down as far as that foundation.
Yeah, I mean, it's more about sharing. You mentioned Coach Long, Coach Howie Shackelford over at Shaw. Danny Danielson was my pitching coach the first year with the Hoots. Coach McClendon Hill. I just added Logan Seahafer. He's going to be our pitching coach for our high school team this year. Brian Trepania. Tyler Hostillo played for me for 3 years. But really, again, I mentioned early on, that I like to consider myself a constant learner. So even adding or being around these guys, I don't necessarily look at it as that I'm just mentoring. It's a two-way relationship where I learn something from each one of those guys that I've had an opportunity to be a part of. But it's cool. For me, I get a chance to root for those other teams, obviously when they're not playing for us, but playing against us, but being able to kind of see what they're doing and the imprint that they're having on young baseball players, and hopefully we can continue to keep doing that.
Thanks, Coach.
That is Coach Steve Smith and his team heading into GIAA this year after winning 6 straight state championships in the Gaps. Looking forward to having his program on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. You will see him on the Calvary Coach Show, like the Glenwood Coaches Show, the Pacelli Coaches Show, Muscogee County Coaches Show. We got a lot of coaches shows, so that's why you need to tune in to Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We're going to take a quick break, and me and Richard will wrap it up here. It's High School Baseball Media Day from CVCC on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Hi, my name is Griff Gordy. And here at Gordy Eye Care, we have been serving the Bi-City community for 17 years. As a former state championship quarterback, I love the fact that I can watch local high school athletics from the comfort of my own home. So it was a no-brainer to support Georgia Alabama Sports Live and what they do for young athletes in our area.
And without business like yourself, Gordy Eye Care, none of our coverage would be possible to be able to cover the 16 different high schools, the local colleges, and professional teams. So we'd like to say thank you to you, Dr. Griff Gordy and Gordy Eye Care, for your support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And then you can make an appointment today at Gordy Eye Care with the number 334-291-5125. Keep supporting Gordy Eye Care and keep watching Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika. New Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. Brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox, the compact SUV with high-tech features, discounted up to $5,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
In 2025, we're hammering down high prices at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. New GMC Sierra 4x4 crew cabs, discounted up to $12,000 off. GMC Terrain with a roomy cabin and pro safety, discounted up to $7,000 off. Enjoy the new year with no payments for 120 days. Choose from over 500 new and used vehicles on the lot or on the way. GlennSmith.com. Get ready to smile.
High School Baseball Media Day. It has been a fun but long day here at CVCC. They got a huge game tomorrow, basketball, starting at 5 o'clock. Want to make sure I can get a 5 o'clock. Still not looking. Is it 5 o'clock tomorrow? Yes. Okay. Want to make sure I say the right time. 5 o'clock here at Key Hall Gymnasium. Please come out and show support. The women's team is undefeated in conference play, number 1. The men's team got a big win over Bevel State last week. They move into number 4. They both need this win. Come out and show support. Let's have a raucous atmosphere. And you can also watch it on Georgia Alabama Sports Live as our son is about to give out here. But, man, what a day today. We started it off with head coach Hunter Vick, and it seems like he's really excited about his program.
Yes.
Last year didn't have the year that he is accustomed to having with the winning, and he expects big things this year for his program.
I'm excited that we're live streaming CVCC Baseball this year. Got a chance to do that last year. And he's got some good players. Got some players that are trying to play at the next level. He's got a lot of sophomores coming back from that freshman-led team last year. But, yeah, they're hoping to have a good season in the ACCC.
Yeah, ACCC.
Did I get out? How many C's did I get in there?
3 C's in there.
I got 3 C's. All right.
Coach Osteen's been here for 25 years. He literally built the program from the ground up. He is the softball program here at CVCC. Last year, tough year. He had a lot of injuries. Obviously, they didn't win a lot of games because of it. But now he feels like with the all-season program, with having returning players, he's really excited about his team, and he thinks that CVCC Softball is going to get back to where it once was. We look forward to having Coach Osteen's program on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Yeah, and they're going to be hitting the ground running next week, February the 4th. They're going to be taking on Georgia Military College in a doubleheader. And then they start getting ready and taking on some just fantastic teams like you got Gadsden State,
Coastal Alabama,
Bevel State. So we're excited about what Coach Osteen has got for the Lady Pirates softball.
He's also excited about having a full season with his own facility. He had to share.
That's right.
They were being built these last couple of years. Had to share it with Russell County and other schools. Not this year. So he's excited about that. Coach Hunter Vick's excited about having. About to be inducted in a couple of weeks. Adam Thomas into the Chattanooga Sports Hall of Fame. He was here for 20 years and turned this baseball program into one of the top programs in the entire country. He's back on staff as a volunteer assistant, and we look forward to seeing him helping out Coach Vick and getting the program back to its winning ways. From there, we went on and we started with David Lane and the Jordan Red Jackets. I love it when we see Jordan winning stuff, man. And Jordan is long history, one of the oldest schools we have in our area, and Coach Lane's done a great job, and they have just as good a chance now in the new region, new classification, and make another playoff run.
Yeah, Coach Lane entering his 3rd year as the Jordan baseball coach. Coach Dimitri, who's now at Harris County, was the coach before. The foundation was laid for Jordan baseball, and you got to put them as one of the top teams in their region, especially now in 2A with the likes of Columbus, Shaw, Hardaway, that all made the playoffs. Of course, Carver is going to be up and coming, Spencer and Kendrick. I'm really excited with Sumter County. This is going to be an exciting region, and I know that Jordan's excited about being in it too.
Yes, they are. Spencer and Kendrick both are having new coaches at their programs. We look forward to seeing both those programs here, maybe on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Carver Tigers, they are led by Patrick Butler. They have Deshaun Bryant, Colin Hines, and Amari Couch, and we look forward to seeing them on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We have the Shaw Raiders led by Howie Shackford trying to get back to Shaw U. He brought Sincere Ford, and he also brought Ashton Weeks, and they playoffs last year, even hosted a playoff game. Start had a great region play, so Shaw looking to have a great season. What can you say about the Northside Patriots? Last year, 10-17, they turned to Tracy Powell, a legendary coach around here who was at Hardaway, takes over this program, and they think they're going to have big things in Northside. And they got a great team. Looking forward to seeing the Patriots back on top again. So Shaw and Northside.
Yeah, we'll start with Shaw. Last 2 seasons, they hosted the first round. They got to the second round 2 years ago. But Coach Shackelford's going to have to replace some top players like Nick Torres and John Rowland, who left that team. As for Northside, what Coach Powell is bringing in, Northside baseball, you think of just a tradition and history of winning, especially at American and Northern Little League. They usually come up and play. Northside winning the state title in 2019. They're in a tough region because not only do you have Harris County, you got Stars Mill, the defending 4A champions.
Unbelievable.
And then Central Carrollton, always going to be tough. Of course, Griffin, Jonesboro, Mundy's Mill. I'm looking forward to seeing what Northside does. I really look forward to seeing those battles with Harris County. I love, like Caden Clay says, his personal goal is to beat Harris County. I love seeing that.
He's lost to them in football in back-to-back years. From there, we went to Columbus, led by Chad Mathis. We know the pressure it takes to be at CHS. He's done a great job developing developing. He understands that, listen, he's got a tough schedule to start. He had a tough start last year, went 8-2 in the region and hosted a playoff game, made it to the second round, almost beat Mary Persons to make it to the quarterfinals. Coach Chad Mathis thinks this year with his seniors that they can get Columbus maybe even a deeper run. I think they're one of the favorites in 2A going into this year. Hardaway led by Coach Eric Anthony, another team that made the playoffs last year in 4A. They're in 2A this year. I know they had to replace Rodriguez, who was a great player, but Coach Chest Owens, who is here today, talks about guys like Tristan Jackson and Dante Hill have done a good job learning, being disciplined, and they got a great chance to be competitive this year. And then we'll go into Alabama here in just a moment. Quickly on Hardaway and Columbus.
Well, Columbus, you got to put them as one of the favorites in 2A, but I think they're the favorites in their region, especially with the success that Coach Mathis has had. I mean, he's got some good players coming back, like Michael Nodelman. He's going to be a great starting pitcher for them. And as for Hardaway, what Coach Anthony has built, yes, they have to replace Rene Rodriguez. I remember last year on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, they fought hard against Shaw. We had that game, and they were in a battle with Shaw, and they had a tough stretch. They got the 4 seed, had to play Stars Mill in that first round of the playoffs. But I think that helped the team just realize that there was like college scouts there. There was MLB scouts that were watching Stars Mill because they had major league players on their team, and I think that helped the Hardaway Hawks just get ready for the season. I think that they're going to be one of the top teams that could make a playoff run.
I think that's a great point. And then Alabama, we had Russell County, Danny Danielson. He's excited about playing local teams around the area.
Oh, I can't wait.
Tough year in his first year, but thanks this year, he's got the staff and the players and the foundation in place to make a good run. Smith Station led new coach Wesley Bird, who's been a long-time assistant, was on the staff when they won it in 2015. He's got a young team after having to replace 10 seniors, but he thinks that this young, talented team, by the end of the year, could be really playing good baseball. What can you say about the Central Red Devils, led by Coach A.J. Keogh? They were ranked #1 for a good period of time last year. They made it to 3 straight state championships, won a state championship, played in back-to-back. How about the Central Red Devils and then the Glenwood Gators? All 4 of those teams just
they all get to
elite
play each
programs.
other.
Glenwood, 10 state championships in the AISA. They said we're tired of that. Let's go to the AHSA, and they get to play Smith Station, Russell County, and Central. No more talking. The communities always argue who's the best programs. We're going to see it, and we're going to get a lot of it on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Quickly on those 4 teams, just brief.
Well, by the way, they all grew up playing together in Phoenix City Little League, so they finally get to face off against each other, and all 4 programs have won a state title. So I think this is what the community of Phoenix City and Smith Station want to see, and we're excited about it.
Lastly, Brookstone, Pacelli, and Calvary brung it home. Brookstone, another state championship, defending state champion in the GIAA. Calvary moving into the GIAA. They've won 6 straight state championship in gaps. Something's got to give.
Yeah.
And then you got the Pacelli Vikings as well, led by Case Matt Rasmus, the son of Tony Rasmus.
Yes.
All these teams are in the same region. We're going to get all these teams facing off against each other. What a way to kick off baseball season other than here at CVCC. Thank you to Buffalo Rock Pepsi. Thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC, Kinetic Credit Union, Gordy Eye Care, Alex Quinney Allstate Agency, Alabama Power, Zaxby's, the Beck Center, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, all the sponsors that make it possible for what we do. We could not do it without you. We appreciate the support. Masterwall Incorporated, and thank you again to CVCC for allowing us to be here all day long to kickstart baseball season. And thank you, Richard, for coming up with this idea last year. Didn't know if we wanted to take on this endeavor, but we did. Had a lot of success, and year 2 was even better.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got to continue this high school baseball media day. I can't wait till next year, and it's just going to continue getting better. I know we mentioned about maybe having a display, our display. Like, we actually started out with a pretty good display case, but yeah, this has been great. The players, the coaches have been fantastic, and we can't wait for baseball season to kick off. It's going to be a couple weeks away, and we're going to be live streaming baseball games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Yeah, I can't wait to do that. All right. Make sure to tune in tonight. We got Coach Scott on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show. It's like we never stop working here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Look forward to seeing all these teams. We got a great week of stuff coming up. Basketball, and more basketball here. And plus some wrestling too. And for those that are wondering, Harris County scheduling conflicts, they are going to be having their media day on Saturday. Rick Beach will be there of Kudzu Sports. From Toygar Isla, Chris Gates, who are really the MVPs. Toygar Isla from here from day one holding the fort down. We appreciate them. We love them. And we'll see y'all next time on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Good night, everyone.